All right, now we're live on YouTube. How's it going? I don't know if like I should wait till I actually like start streaming, like full on doing the tasks at hand, to do the YouTube thing. I don't know. I don't know. How's it going, Lines and Squares? How you doing? All right, here we go. Jeez. Yeah, so what's been going on? We've been doing leftovers and leftovers and more leftovers, and I gained 5 pounds over the holiday. Not good. I don't know if that's water weight or what, but I need to tighten the bolts a little bit. Oh, hey, Brink GG. Brink GG, thank you so much for subbing. Oh my God. Oh, that shadow's a little too far. You can't quite read the text very well, can you? 31 months? They might take my view time, but they can't take my sub. Hey, fight the good fight, right? Thank you so much, Brink. Appreciate it very, very much. You still fighting the Deep Sleep plugin? No, we're making our own plugin. That's the best thing that I can figure to do. We're making our own user mod. It's called the user mod. We're making our own user mod, and that is turning the radio off. So it is a specific type of sleep that we're going to instigate through user mod, because that gets us into the more hardcore programming, and I don't think we can reach that with the scripts. I don't think we can make a script that turns off the radio within wLED. We have to hit it all the way down at its base code, and in order to run base code in wLED, it runs user mods. And so I don't think we have 4 user mods yet. I think you could do more than 4 now, but it used to be that you would only be able to do 4. And as far as I know, checking in from work break, hey, I appreciate that. Isn't this what he was trying to avoid? Yes. Well, I made it. I made the user mod, and it looks like making a user mod gets me exactly the stuff that I need anyway. And then I learned from reading Deep Sleep user mod that all you have to do to avoid disabling the radio and sort of halting the microcontroller from doing its LED tasks, all you have to do is wait a little bit at the beginning, like at boot up. And I had code for that, but turns out what I want to do, I don't want to be running my loop every loop. We can give it like a 1 second. We could give it even like a 10-second loop. You plug it in, wait a little bit, and then the radio turns on, right? So at the very beginning, if we're waiting, 10 seconds, then we're totally cool and everything's already booted up. So it'll probably be 1 second. Although I don't know if Deep Sleep waits 5, it might. I don't really know. We'll have to take a look at some of the code in here and read it a little bit. I understand just a little bit more. I read how wLED works. I read how user mods are loaded. It looks like what it does is it iterates through the list of folders in order to determine what the list of the user mods are. I don't know where some variables are coming from, though. There's some things that are being done that I don't quite understand. And maybe you guys can help me, maybe not. Probably not. I think what I want to do is, now that I've coded most of it, I want to just tie the bow on the whole thing, get the little piece of information that I need in there, which is just loading settings into memory. And then we can finish the platform IO INI override file that'll have our default settings for my user mod in it. We can try to compile, and that's when everything crashes down and I have no idea what I'm doing. Those are the worst moments in streaming, the moments when I try to do something and it doesn't work, and I have no idea how to go about learning how to make it work, or that in order to do something, I need to read a lot of material. That's sort of what happened last stream, and it's one of my most dreaded moments in streaming, when you just go, oh, okay, so to do this, I'm going to need to do some book work and sort of like go back into my cave and emerge a smarter man. So it's not compatible with this, with the whole being a clown on camera, when you have to sit there and read a whole PDF or a whole GitHub. I had to read a whole GitHub because the wLED documentation is old. It's not up to date on how to do stuff. So I think I'm due for a beard trim. I think I need to schedule a barbershop visit and go into the bathroom and do my thing. I do it myself. I trim the beard myself. I don't trust the barbers with it, because they'll take away my precious super long hair. can't believe I gained 5 pounds over the frickin' break. There's no winning. I was being conservative with what I ate. I got on the scale, and the scale didn't even think it was me. It was like, are you a guest? I'm like, no, it's me. You know me, scale. You know me. I go, no, this is too heavy. It has to be somebody else. I'm like, no, scale, it's still me. But I don't recognize you, bother. Don't say that. You know who I am. Yeah. The scale identifies you and saves like a history. Although the history I think is full now. I have no way to get it off of there because the company that made the scale is out of business, and they turned off their servers, and so I will never be able to get the data on my scale onto a chart unless I manually type it in, which I'm considering making a Google document on it. But yeah, so what it does is it assumes it's me when the weight is within a certain over under on my previous measurement. And so today it asked me, is it a guest or is it actually me? And I was like, I had to specify it was actually me. I hate that though, because you know the number's going to be bad. And when it does that, it takes a while to give you the number. I'm like, just give me the number, please. I know it's going to be bad. Yeah, Parent Salt Smart Scale, it doesn't work because there are some scale hacks. Short Lurker and I went over a little bit of it on the Discord between streams, and there are some methods that I could use. I could either take over the equipment with my own microcontroller and a Bluetooth low energy modem, or I can I don't know if I can reprogram. It would be nice if I could reprogram the actual hardware in there. Although if I'm going to do anything, I'm probably going to put like a USB-C plug in there, keep all their charging stuff. Although the charging is done through their microcontroller, so maybe I'd have to make my own charging equipment as well, which means it could just be a Seed Studio Xiao. That might be, just take all the electronics out, put a Xiao in there, and then hook the Xiao up to a couple like load cell chips that then go to the load cells in the thing. And then I'd also have to take over the LED screen, which I think that's a known thing. Like people have done that. So yeah, the good old reverse engineer. Yeah, I don't think it's force sensing resistors. I think it's load cells, because this wasn't like cheap. And then recalibrate it and then reissue it. And in that time, I will have probably gained weight. See, the scale keeps me honest. As long as I'm weighing myself and comparing myself to the numbers that I already got. Before I started the meds that allow me to eat less, allow me to not feel pain when eating less, before I started them, I did not get an initial weight because I didn't figure I would lose any weight. And then the weight came in 20 pounds below where I thought I was. So it happened, and it's going to keep happening. It's just right now, for the holidays, I plateaued, and now I've gained 5 pounds, which could have just been water weight. I'm not sure about that. When you're as heavy as I am, when you're in the upper twos, and you're 5'9" and some change, 5'11" on Twitter, not on Twitter, on Tinder, on Grindr. No, I'm not tall, and I weigh a lot, and so that weight can fluctuate quite a bit. So. But yeah, that would be a fun project, but seeing as like, hey, let's just take over a dog collar has taken months. I'm not working as fast as I used to, guys, and I don't know what's going on there. I think it's a mild symptom of burnout. Being the professional engineering type, I push through, but I don't know. I got to finish this. I have to finish this. This is the last feature that we're building in right now, and then we get to pack it into there, and then I get to make playlists for it. So all the good stuff is on the horizon. So we're hitting this head on. Not to mention new technology stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's like I haven't used the Studio Xiao C3 or C6. I've never messed with wLED. I've never messed with Platformio. So I'm trying to make room for Burn the Subs, yeah, because we do need to, move the cameras over and sit down on that table over there and do some wiring, which will be a fun stream. And then there's a lot of coding. There's a lot of coding that's going to go into Burn the Subs. A lot of it will be easier because we've sort of made the path, right? And I don't know if we'll get around to doing the Raspberry Pi on the screen. I know what I have to do. I'm scared of it, and I don't know if it'll get done, which is loading this thing up with OpenGL, having it run a virtual screen, I guess, and then pulling pixels from the screen in order to put them on here. That's not a wLED thing. My friend insisted on wLED. Learning wLED was awesome. It does a lot of really cool stuff. It can run one of these screens, but I don't think it's a good platform for pushing pixels. It's better for a microcontroller. And yeah, on the real thing, I'm gonna have to figure out what I do with that. Because it would be nice if I could also coordinate that with everything else. Like if I can use Node to send it instructions, and then the Raspberry Pi gets the instructions from Node and goes, okay, I'll put something on the screen. I don't know. That's a thought, but I don't know when we'll get around to that. It's possible that this one has to take the back burner, the dreaded Project Archive burner, and I work on Burn the Subs exclusively to get that done, because it's been too long with Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs, we know everything that we're going to do now, and I just need to do it. And we'll do it without having the flashy LEDs display there, and we'll put in some stuff that's like simple status on the screen. I don't know exactly how we're going to do that one. Because this one would have to be done in C++, and I don't know how to run that on the Pi yet. We're going to try to keep it in Python. Oh boy, that's a lot of work. But we got to take a bite out of that cake, you know. We got to deal with the repercussions and everything. We got to just work. Got to do the work. The other cool thing that I got going on that I want to get to is that car seat that's sitting behind me, in the space behind me. I have an entire BMW car seat, which was a godsend. My brother decided to change the interior on a car that he bought from a coworker. And what? Why are you reloading it? You had the image right there. Oh, come on. Did Media Discord do something? Ah, whatever. Anyway, the point is, it's a front car seat from a BMW, and it's got all the motors in it, and we have access to voltage and stuff, so I could potentially make a controller for that so that you can use the car seat controls to move all the motors and do the height and all that. It's a more modern than the car that I drive seat, and lucky for us, it's got one airbag, and we can just get that out. C is just an executable, i.e. binaries. Yeah, I don't, man, you know, I have to sit down with it and do like some C++ Raspberry Pi tutorials and figure out how to get that to run on boot. It's not too bad. It's just there's no direct tutorial on how to do it, exactly what I want to do, right? And I know you programming heads are much better at this stuff than I am. I'm systems. I don't interact on that low level stuff. I mean, I guess I'm forced to a lot of the time, but like, I don't know. Arduinos are what I know, and I know Python and a Raspberry Pi. I just don't know C++. C++ is so much more like hardcore, isn't it? We can wake this up. Bam! This thing has been sleeping for weeks. The only thing that we really I need to tackle is having it boot back up and remember where it was. Because I think we're back in the basics right now. Oh yeah, and the other question is, does it turn the radio off? Because I think, you know what? I think my local variables are going to be blown away when this thing reboots. So if the Wi-Fi radio, that would actually just turn the Wi-Fi radio off by default. So actually that's fine. You wake it up from sleep, Wi-Fi's off, then a couple seconds later, it'll see that it's plugged in and turn it back on. Ah, so we don't need to do anything. Yes, that's the best configuration. Raspberry just needs make tools. Is that like a suite of things that help it? Yeah, I'll have to look up C++ on the Raspberry Pi. The White Death cometh. No, we didn't have a snowstorm. It's raining here. Hey Stack, is the snowstorm headed up to you next? Are you to the northeast of me? Because we were supposed to get lots of snow, but we just got very cold rain, which sucks because I'm not wearing the thick flannel today. I should have worn the thick flannel. I thought about this. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wear the red shirt You're west of me? Oh, so you're going to get the big snow. We are on the line. We're on the line of the snow. And I decided to wear the thin shirt and then my new raincoat. It's not a jacket. I need to get a slightly heavier jacket because I'm a cold weather person, right? But this stuff gets through to your bones. And the raincoat that I got, I didn't mean to get one that was expensive, so I'm not taking it back. It's like a Helly Hansen coat, but it's ultra thin. So I'm in the thin shirt. I got the ultra thin raincoat on. I am literally water cooled, getting rained on. The dog had nothing, but she has thick fur. But yeah, it was freezing out there, man. It's cold. It chills you to the bones. But we just get rain. We've just got cold rain, cold annoying rain. Hey, rainy day programming, right? Pro gamering. I kind of would have liked snow, although this season where I'm from in the Northeast and from Philly area is basically the time when they say snowpocalypse is about to get here, and it's just rain every time. That's been the way it's been lately. I'm hoping we could do a white Christmas at some point, but they haven't gotten all the leaves out of the neighborhood, so it's good that it's just raining. So this is the Seed Studio Zhao C6, which might have different sleep commands. So maybe that's a future project. How I got it to just fit in there, I don't know. It's this internal antenna that I'd be really interested in, because that would mean I'd only need this, and then we'd add a circuit board right here. Yeah, having a white Christmas in Pennsylvania would be very nice. Don't know if it's going to happen, though. I think I actually bent the plastic out of the way, and that's why it's fitting, which means this top probably won't go on very well. Where is it? These are things that we have to think about next, but not yet. Oh, no, that kind of snapped in a little. That would... So yeah, that completely fits. The USB socket is a little bit far out. We could make a circuit board for that, and that would be our hashtag AutoCAD ad. I don't know, though. I don't know if that's such a great idea. Because making circuit boards, it takes a lot of time, and not as much as it used to, but it takes a lot of time. I don't know what's going to happen with tariffs, and that's not to say, other channels are making circuit boards. Other makers have done their due diligence and still make circuit boards. So yeah, I'm probably being a little bit overzealous with this here, but considering things can change on a whim, I'm not comfortable with that. Even though I bought a set of in-ear monitors that are coming from China, so I guess those are doing just fine. So maybe I should be a little bit less crazy about making circuit boards, and we'll do some hashtag AutoCAD ad streams where I build a couple PCBs that we can use later. I think I need to calm down about that, because I don't think everything's like, the smoke is settled, basically. Yeah, I got to put together a list of the ones that use less power and are audio reactive, so that my dog is constantly audio reactive and visible, but doesn't use tons and tons of electricity. Good igloo snow. My brother and I made an igloo during that 1994 super duper ice storm that we got in the Northeast. And we were, that one's seizure inducing. We were able to pour water on top of it and make it freeze overnight, so it was like a permanent structure. That was fun. It was 1,000,000 years ago. 30 years ago. That was also the storm where we took his RC monster truck and we used, what was that toy? It was the 70s toy, the plastic one with the little, it like snaps together and they're like rails that are shaped like this. I forget which one that was. It's not Capsella. It's, and not, Kinect? Is that what that was? Kinex is the other one. But anyway, he had a pair of skis, and so we used that, and we made his monster truck into like a ski truck. 94. I wasn't born yet. Mm. I got shirts that are older than you, kid. No. I was young. I was young. How are the cameras doing? Great. Perfect. Yeah. The car chair's in the other room, but Meccano? No. That was erector set is what my folks call that. No, it had like these blue plastic four-way connectors. Oh, sorry, wrong. It had these blue plastic four-way connectors that you would snap the rails to, and they were like gray rails. I don't remember it. I don't remember it. The name of it, rather. This is Speedy House for Warping Around, and I got it from a Moon BRB, and I was like, hey, that's some catchy stuff. There's a lot of garagey kind of stuff in there. Did it have a later version of those? I don't remember the name. I don't remember the name. My household was two boys, so we had a lot of building toys. No, Connex is was it Connex? Connex can refer to shipping crates. Kinex. That was actually, was that invented by somebody from Drexel? Where's the Wikipedia article on that? Applied materials. Where's Wikipedia? Connects. Ah! Joel Glickman of the Rodon Group. Joel Glickman. The Who Group? Penn Medicine. Probably doesn't have a Wikipedia article. Son of the Rodon Group co-founder. Playing with drinking straws, 1992, Joel spent time perfecting the building system. Connects brand with his brother Bob. There's Angry Birds sets, jeez. Computer game. You know, if some of these like building toys actually like merged with some of the indie creators making you know, those busted physics games like Engineer, that would be a really cool, that'd be a cool thing. But yeah, no, not Connects. My engineering school has like an endowment from them because I think the creator went to Drexel or something like that. I don't know what the deal is, but we had several engineering projects where we had to use those infernal fucking toys. The method of snapping those frickin' things together is so hard on your hands that I remember the pain, the throbbing pain of having built something out of Kinex. I hate them. I just about every toy you could make stuff out of. I got a real toolbox with real tools when I was 6. That's awesome. Yeah, I was always shadowing my brother and father building things. My dad doesn't so much build things, but he did have all the tools because we've had several fixer-upper houses historically. And so I, you know, learned, brainwashed and learned from an early age because we had, you know, Christmas time, what do? You buy something that the kids can build and then that occupies them and then you can drink. And so that was sort of the modus operandi. I had a huge collection of Lego, and those went to my nieces and nephew. But yeah, I was always with the engineering bug in building stuff out of toys that were more ambiguous about what you could build out of them. But yeah, so I don't remember what that toy was. We were talking about the Northeast ice storm of 1994, and my brother modified his RC car to have skis, and the skis were made out of a particular building toy. And this one had a blue four-way connector on one end, and then they were gray plastic rails that were C-shaped that would snap onto the thing. I could probably 3D model the connector and somebody would get it, but I don't remember what it was. 80s building toys. They're there. This is going to be some AI dog shit page, isn't it? Constructs. It was constructs. Wait, somebody said connects, not constructs. Constructs is the right answer. Capsello was another cool one. Capsello was very strange. Popoids? Isn't that like a genre of people who like pop music? There was a toy when I was a kid and I only saw it in catalogs and I thought it was the coolest freaking toy ever. What you did with it was build an entire building. You would build a building and then you would hit a little plunger and the building would crash down. What on earth is that site? Cancer. It's internet cancer, but I needed an answer and I needed to browse a bunch of photos really quick, and I guess that enabled me to do so. It's the eventual shitty downfall of the entire internet as we know it. Oh well. We had a good run, everybody. Now it's just AI slop and garbage. I have a feeling that the button is going to have to straddle the microcontroller. It's going to have to go halfway onto one of the pins. So I hope the right pin is lined up with this or something that I could use that's innocuous, like a ground or something. The slow heat death of the internet. Yeah, there you go. That's true. And then I somehow have to wedge all this supporting hardware in here, which I think I can do. It's just going to be an annoyance to get done. All right, I want to get started because I have a lot of stuff to do and it's a little bit more cerebral. And if I don't get it done, we're gonna be stuck here doing all the boring bits. So I'm gonna hit pause on that. I'm gonna go to the face cam. I'm going to get rid of the start soon. I can't believe I gained 5 pounds over the holiday. I'm pissed off at the scale today. I'll maybe weigh myself tomorrow too, and just make sure that it's not like an outlier or a fluke, because it happens sometimes. But I've got to tighten the bolts on my eating habits again, because I'm slipping. But anyway, we have our work cut out for us today. I have to get a user mod finished. I'm 95% of the way through. Well, that's not true. I'm 2% of the way through the user mod. I have coded the user mod by copying other user mods. wLED uses what are called user mods. wLED exists on many different microcontroller platforms, and you can expand the functionality by bringing in other mods. And the point of the mods is so that you don't have to go into deep wLED code to make additional functionality out of the thing. If you've got a particular piece of hardware that has like a screen that you want to add to the thing, you can put that all in your user mod and it can access public things from the main program in order to do specific functionality, like add MQTT functionality, things like that, right? And so in the main program, they have stuff that iterates through the folders of user mods, and when they're selected in a particular way, it'll go through and add your stuff to an additional loop that the main loop does. The main loop will go through and it'll look at what user mods are installed and then run your main loop. And so you as an author of a user mod are responsible for finishing up what you have to do as soon as possible to not delay the main program. So a lot of the philosophy of it is check to see if it's turned on, and if not, return. And then you check something else, and if it's not, you return. And then you do your task and then return. And so you run back to the main program and allow them to have their loops again. There are watchdog timers and stuff also that are in effect for the user mod. So if something happens, your user mod seizes up functionality, it'll be able to get out of there. The other part about it is there are diagnostic things that you can do. Like you check to see if you are in diagnostic mode or whatever, and use like serial prints in order to say what errors have occurred and things like that. I'm not quite as advanced into it as that, and a lot of the advice in the thing that tells you how to make user mods is wrong, because I think it's old, and so it's saying like, hey, you just have to put your user mod in this list. There's no list anymore. It iterates through on its own and figures out what folders are in the directory. So that's kind of wrong. So anyway, I followed a couple examples. We're in Platform IO today. It's going to be a little confusing for the people watching. I hate that. But the people who know programming and stuff somehow follow along. I don't know how to make it easier for you guys. It would be nice to have like a tool that allows people to like open up a page and watch me programming if I did it in like Google Docs or something like that. Anyway, I'm done my seltzer, tossing that in the corner. We're going to spend a couple hours on this. I have a couple things that I need to include in the programming so that we can have settings and load settings into the EEPROM. And I don't really understand how all of it works. I've basically just been copying other user mods in order to make mine. So let's take a look at what we're up against here. We're not up against that. We're up against this. So I've made radio off, and I made a directory for it. I made a folder. It's got a README that I haven't updated. And this is the main piece of programming. I've also been copying a couple other of the mods. So let's take a look here. I can tell you guys what's going on in the program, and maybe we can get through this. So first thing, include wLED.h. This is basically the program that'll get run and compiled from the main loop. Like if we look at wLED's main loop, this I had to discover on my own by reading how reading through the code and how wLED works, because there's a lot going on in wLED, but fundamentally it's actually kind of rather simple. Because wLED runs just like any other piece of microcontroller code, and when it gets to loop, it does a bunch of stuff. And then it runs the time handler, the connection handler, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's literally just user mod manager loop, right? It'll just pull in the user mod here. Now there's a bunch of other stuff that goes on, but I'm just saying, like literally in the loop, it says here's user mods, run those. So anyway, when we get to radio off, we're just going to run this like it's its own little program, and there will be private and public variables that it has that the rest of wLED can access or not. And so I don't know if my private variables in here, because in C++, if you have like one loop and you declare and use a variable in your loop, the next loop doesn't need to have a unique variable name. It's good housekeeping to do that, but it doesn't have to have a unique variable name. So my thought is that I can just cut and paste and keep all the variable names. I actually think I changed them now, reflecting on it. Anyway, we've got two settings here. And so the if and def radio USB pin, if it is not defined, then define it as a 0. That means that basically the whole user mod can't work. And maybe I need to do the if and def enabled. But we're actually declaring it down here, but then we load in. Well, we should actually load in the variable if it's enabled or not. Static constant character. I don't know what these are. The static constant character, name and enabled. That's just like pervasive in these user mods, and I don't know. I included it because Deep Sleep included it, so that's a lot of what I'm doing here. So possible enabled variable. Because actually that's another memory thing. We haven't used it yet, but not defined equals off. And I think the 0, if it detects that it's a 0, I think it doesn't run. Actually, it's more like if USB pin isn't, then enable should be off. But I don't know. We'll get to that. Hold on. I have to go back to work. Good luck with the code. Yeah, thank you. We're going to need it. We'll see you around. Radio off user mod. Okay, class radio off user mod, public user mod. I copied this. I don't know what the hell this is doing. Class radio off user mod. I don't know what that does. I'm not good enough at programming. Hold on, let me put up a Twitch monitor so I know what's going on with Twitch. There we go, cool. Oh, we're gonna have, nobody's gonna be here today because it's Tuesday. It's the Tuesday after the American holiday where everybody takes as much vacation as they can. It is my absolute favorite time at the office, which is when nobody's around. And if anybody is around, they can't help you with anything because basically nobody's there. Like there's oh, you need to do something? I could help you if this person was here, but they're not. So everybody just sits at their desks quietly and procrastinates making money during this season, doing the bare minimum when everybody else is on vacation. It's great. I love this season. Okay. Enable is equal to radii off enable. There we go. Okay. I'm fearful that I'm going to get used to that variable completion a little too much. That's going to be my that's going to be my next battle that I choose to fight. Here, let's get a little bit more space on this programming thing so you guys can see what's going on. I don't think a lot of my stuff bleeds over into the edge, so I might be able to get away with having the program fully out like that. I just have to hide part of the window because if we're not using it, it's taking up screen space, you know? Okay. So we run that, radii off enable, initialize, that just keeps us from, well, actually we don't need init done. We don't really need that. I guess we're gonna keep it though. Radio on off is equal to true. True is equal to the radio on. Radio on off, it doesn't need to be pulled from another variable. This is basically our internal way of keeping track of whether or not the radio needs to be on and off. So the way that I coded this is that every X amount of time, we are gonna run in and check to see whether or not that variable is the same as the state of the radio. So the radio's on, radio's off. We check to see whether it's supposed to be on. Actually, no, it's not the same state as the radio. We don't care about the state of the radio. We're not checking anything related to that. We're checking one pin of the microcontroller to see whether or not there is voltage there. And if there's voltage there, then we need to turn the radio on and off. Well, if there's voltage there, we need to turn the radio back on. Basically, that's it. So yeah, that's all we need to do is we just need to look at this variable and see whether or not it agrees with the state of the pin representing power. Because when we plug the thing into power, the radio turns on. That's when you can actually get in there and change the settings and do stuff like that. And you don't need, it's not USB data related, it's just power. So if I plug it into a power brick, it'll try to connect to Wi-Fi. USB pin is equal to radio on off USB pin. That's over here. So if and def it's not defined, it goes to be a 0. Last loop, and then USB time, millisecond delay between the USB pin reads. So if it's not defined, meaning if we don't put it into platform IO override. So these will go into platform IO override and have default settings. Later, I will have a certain number of milliseconds, probably 1,000 to represent 1 second. It could be 2,000. It could be every 2 seconds we check, you know? That'll help it not run my usermod very often. So we're using a last loop time in order to iterate that timer. We basically subtract it from the millis and figure out how much time has elapsed. Cool. So our public variables, I don't really know. I don't know if I need this. Inline void enable boolean enable. Enable equals enable, 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 enable. I don't understand that. Inline boolean is enabled, return enabled, get usermod enabled disable state. That's in case, I guess the program needs to check the state of the usermod. I don't know. I brought that in from somewhere else. I don't remember where I got it from. Was it in Deep Sleep? Oops, we're in a weird space. Auto config, this is all configuration stuff at the bottom. How it loads in its own variables and puts them into memory, into EEPROM memory. This one does a bunch of pin checks. Public void down here does a bunch of checks. Actually, that's the business of the thing. There's add to config. So yeah, this is the main loop. Man, it's hot in here. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. I'm gonna open up the window a little bit more. Yeah, here's where it's doing it. Inline void enable, inline bool is enabled. So that must be used by wLED for some stuff. It's in deep sleep. I don't know if it's elsewhere. This is the confusing part about learning this stuff, is that I have to open up multiple user mods to see how things are done. Some programmers are more lazy than others, and yeah, that's the way it is. Okay, so then we finally run the actual setup of the program. Pin allocation assignment to the what the fuck was that? That was just fluff. I thought a big bug just casually flew over and landed. I have a fan on my back right now, and I have vacuumed the shop before Thanksgiving, but I still get like tufts of fluff running around, especially from the fan, because it like catches them and then holds onto them. So when I move the fan, it like unseats the little tufts of fluff, and then one of them casually made it around me, scaring the crap out of me. I thought it was a giant spider that was going to kill me. Anyway, so pin allocation assignment of the usermod, I guess that's a thing. Success is equal to false. Debug print line allocating USB power sense pin. If the USB pin is greater than 0, meaning it's been defined, and I guess that eventually triggers not success, so that you can say allocation has failed. But if it doesn't fail, then we set the pin mode of the USB pin to input. Not input pull-up. Can't have an input pull-up on this because our whole shtick is seeing whether or not this pin is high. And we don't have reverse logic on this thing. We can't run it low, because when you plug 5 volts in, you're supplying 5 volts to this pin. I mean, technically, no, because ground is just universal. So yeah, the 5 volt pin on the Studio Xiao will go high when you plug in USB. So that little bit of research was in the browser over here. And there's no other way to do it. There's no other way to do it. Yeah, right here. So when you plug in USB, it'll power all of this here. And then there's a diode here to keep anything from the other side of the VBAT MOSFET from going, from letting stuff through. So if you plug this in, it'll cut off the MOSFET and allow power to flow in to the charging / 3v3 regulator circuit. And so if we monitor on this pin, we're not going to get feedback from the MOSFET. We're not going to get power status from pin 1 over here because of the diode. This goes high when you plug in USB. It is the lowest possible place we can do this, and it is the most logical. So we put a 200 kilo ohm resistor, which is a lot of resistance, from here to our pin, and when it unplugs, I assume that it'll discharge to ground. I don't know if that'll be the case, so we might, yeah, it'll go through this 100K, so yeah, it'll discharge to ground. So all we need is a 200 kilo ohm resistor, and that will lower our voltage a la voltage divider-y stuff, or at least keep it from blowing up the thing. And this is, by the way, Steed Studio, in their documentation, when they say, like, if you want a battery monitor, you have to run it to an analog pin. You have to run the battery voltage to an analog pin. They say put in a 200K resistor there to lower it so that your 4.7-ish volts doesn't kill your Studio Xiao. So I think the same methodology for the 5 volt pin will be compatible. We'll test that, of course, and I have extras just in case we blow one up, but I don't think we'll blow it up. I think we can just get a 1 and 0 from that pin. Okay, so that's the whole thing. Pin mode, USB pin input, not input pull-up. We have no choice. And again, there's a pin manager in the wLED program so that we can request getting this pin to do what we want it to do. So we'll say, hey, is this pin used by anything? And then the program goes, that's fine. I'll allocate that for user mod radio off. Now, this is the part that screwed me up, because I did, there's a problem here. Okay, that makes sense. Because I did underscore, and now this whole list. Enumerator class pin owner animated. So there's this whole list of user mods. Do I need to do unspecified? Is that what it's supposed to be? Because somewhere in this program, there's a list of user mods and pin allocations. Enumerated class pin owner spec. Let's open up the pin manager and see if we can make heads or tails of it. So I think it's, yeah, pin manager. Oh my God, these are confusing and large. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Look at how much code there is in this. Oh my God. Is there like a user mod list? Or is it just the ones that are baked into the program that they... So I'm just looking for something that contains like a list of user mods. Oh my goodness. There's just a lot going on here. Is pin okay? Owner tag, GPIO, return false. It might be in the .h file. Pin alloc, no. This kind of programming, I don't understand. I don't understand. Pin manager.h, I think, is what we need to look at. Okay, so there's where they are. So high bit is set for all built-in pin owners. What? None equals 0. Legacy unspecified owner. What in the world is the... Why? Why does this exist? Well, unspecified is one of them. Where is unspecified? Unspecified user mod. I don't know what the ID system is all about. It's specifically for the baked-in one, so I guess I don't have to worry about it. Holy heck, this is a lot. This is a lot for me to take in. I finally found where this is, though. Structure pin owner. So, okay, well, we're going to allocate our pin, and we're going to do it as unspecified. That makes more sense. So unspecified, USB sense pin allocation succeeded. Success is equal to true. And then we skip that and we do pin mode USB pin input. You notice how there's like this wildly complicated microcontroller like pin allocation that's using all of these structures and like cool stuff, and we're using like this like interrupt methodology where we try to allocate, and if it doesn't succeed, we have an error message, and then the line that I'm able to program, the line that I've put in is pin mode input. It's like it gets so simplistic when it gets down to my style of coding. The other stuff is like professional and awesome. It's got all these features, and I'm just like, I'm helping too. I've got like a keyboard that's not plugged in. I'm gonna make my face a little larger. I'm gonna make my face a little larger. I'm vain. Frameless chat. I'm gonna move you guys up a little bit. And then we're gonna get face. And I'm gonna hit, I think, Control Alt. Nope. Shift. Yeah, Shift is the one. There we go. Now I look a little larger. I'm probably uncomfortably large on some screens, but this will do. Okay, so back to paying attention. Yeah, I'm doing my part. Unplugged player 2 controller. So when we do all that stuff, we say init is done. That's a private class, so I don't know what we're doing with it. We're not doing anything with it. I still have 3 errors in this code. Maybe we'll find it by reading it, but this is rubber duckying as much as I can. So finally, we enter our loop. You'll notice it's weird to me to see loop tabbed in so far, But the reason it's tabbed in so far is we've got the class definition, the private and publics, and then our void setup finally is in public. And so our setup and loop are just tabbed in so far. It's weird. Weird to me. Check to see if a mod is enabled or if the LEDs are powered down. So if it's in off mode, really, to be fair, since we're running deep sleep, nothing is doing loops while we're in a deep sleep. But I'm doing it just because that's what other mods have done. That's what Deep Sleep did. Did Deep Sleep do that? Yeah, isn't that weird? Deep Sleep did that. Deep Sleep, the loops shouldn't be running. But anyway, because if the LEDs are in off mode, then we've fully powered down and we're using microamps of power. So nothing is happening. I guess when it powers up. Oh, so if it... No. Maybe it'll get one loop where all that stuff is defined so that it can prepare for when it powers back on. So the last loop time is equal to 0 before it goes into deep sleep. So if sleep delay is defined, if you don't define a sleep delay, the program can't run. The whole premise behind how this program works is that you need to have a delay in checking to see whether or not that pin is high or low. That helps us with many different things. It solves many different problems. One of the big problems that it solves is how to have the program start up once the radio modem has gotten into a state where we can shut it down without breaking the processes. Because when we shut down the modem, we still need this thing to iterate through all its loops. So if we get it while it's, I guess, trying to find a connection, and we shut down the modem, I think that'll allow everybody else to still function. I hope. I think the one corner case that I can think of right now is if we don't have radio reception, we can't connect to Wi-Fi, and we don't connect to Wi-Fi, and it shuts down the radio modem. What does that do? Does that stop it from functioning? Because if we don't give it Wi-Fi credentials, it'll get into a state where it doesn't animate the LEDs. It'll just freeze up. All right, so if the sleep delay is greater than 0, and if the last loop time is equal to 0, we make the last loop time equal to millis. This does a couple things. I can set the last loop time equal to 0 when I want it to reset the timer. That's just a simple, easy trigger for me to reset things and allow the looping to go on. So if last loop time is equal to 0, we set it, the last loop is equal to millis. Millis is the internal system timer from when it powered up. So when it powers up, it's counting every millisecond. Very convenient and easy to use microcontroller feature that every microcontroller has. So we pull the internal clock and we say, what's that? Store that in last loop time. Last loop time, if the millis, the current loop time minus the last time we logged the loop time is less than sleep delay. So this, I believe, well, I guess when the timer overruns, you could get into trouble. Like the timer variable will eventually, in a couple months, overrun. I will not have this thing powered on for a couple months, so I don't really need to worry about that. But if millis is equal to 0 and then it subtracts it from the last loop time could be a very big number, and millis could be a very small number, meaning that it will go into the negatives. Unless this will loop around. Last loop time, that would be uint 32t. So when that equation goes off, I don't think it'll go into the negatives, but that would make it greater or less than? Would it still be less than the sleep delay? I think it would be, because internally it'll probably throw it over to something that can go negative. So we'd have a negative last loop time that's a giant number, and then that's much less than sleep delay. So then this will run, and it'll be able to set last loop time to 0, I guess. So the last thing we do in this loop is not that. Oh, that's a very else. So if the radio's in the current state that it needs to be in, then it'll run that. I think we're okay on that, right? So if it is less than, then we return. So I guess what we're relying on is that uint32t does not, it would roll over and become much larger, which would then mean it runs anyway. I think that's the point, is that is a variable, whatever you call it, loop proof thing. I think this camera's a little too far down. Maybe up like this. I think that's right. Okay. Okay. All right. We're getting there. So let's see here. So if millis minus last loop time is less than sleep delay, we get out of here. We leave this as soon as we can. We get the heck out of here. Otherwise, so if this is larger than our loop time, that means we need to do the business that we've come here to do. So then we check to see the radio status after our delay is expired. So I don't need to put that in there. That doesn't need to be mentioned. Check radio status. If the digital read of the USB pin is not equal to our radio on-off status variable, that means something needs to change. So if the radio on-off is true, that means our radio is powered up. So the digital read must have been low. So low on one, high on the, digital read must have been low, which means we need to turn off the radio because our radio on-off variable thinks that it's on. So ESP Wi-Fi stop, set this variable now to false, false meaning that the radio has been stopped. And we're not really so much a has been stopped, we're more like we've requested that the radio stop. I don't know if, I don't really want to add a status check on that. I don't want it to, the way to really do it is to, if the radio is powered off, we can check to see that it's powered off with one of the functions. And I think that's in the documentation, but I don't know, I'm just not going to do it properly. I'm not going to do it properly. We've already proved that doing that does work. When we attach that to a button press, we were able to actually turn off the internal Wi-Fi modem. So we're just going to do it that way again. And it might, what mine does, what this does, is it doesn't do multiple requests from the radio when it's powering down. What we're doing is we're sending it a stop. If it misses that, or if something goes wrong with that, we don't have anything built in to help us with that. But if it does go correctly, which it did in the past, then we're only requesting it once and then we don't ask it again. It's possible that what you could do is request Wi-Fi stop, and then over the next couple iterations through the loop, the Wi-Fi is doing its stuff that's turning it off, and then we request it again. I don't know, it might be rude. we don't want to bug it too much. So anyway, these are all like, man, you know, you can either be like I am and sweat all of the tiny minutia, the little details of something like this, or you can just try it and see if it works and see what breaks, you know? What is the actual color of my hair? It's one of those color changing paints where if you get it at a different angle, it shows up differently. Why is it so greasy? I don't understand. It's just that season. It's rainy today. I ate a raw egg today, so my coat is shiny. I need to get a haircut. Brown is sort of the one, but I actually used to, when I was a little kid, back in the 1920s, when I was a wee little baby, a toddler, during the summers, my hair would bleach white. I had light blonde hair, and when I go outside, it would become white hair. It was crazy. It was crazy. I look at an old like kid photo, I'm like, who is that? Because yeah, we're now completely brown hair. I'll have black hair when I die. You know, by the time I'm 1,000 years old, it'll have fully gone to black hair. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, we request that the radio shut the hell up and stop using all the current in the device. We then set our variable to false, and then we reset the loop. So when we do any of this stuff, we reset the loop. When something happens, we reset that loop time. So yeah, and then we return. We get the hell out of here as soon as possible. Boom, we're gone. If the radio on off is low, that means, or is high. If radio, hold on. If they disagree and the radio pin, it would be not radio on off. Oh, no. We already checked the pin. Yeah. We know that the pin disagrees with radio on off, so radio on off needs to be addressed. So if radio on off is true, then we need to make it false. And if it's false, then we go over here and we make it true and we do all the same stuff. So that's just our little like double stage toggle. Then if the last loop time hasn't expired, no, else that, where are you attached to? Oh, so if the US pin does not equal radio on off, do that and change it. If it does equal that, then we're here and the last loop time just needs to be reset and we'll check again later. So that's the logic behind it. It's ordered in kind of a weird way. It's we do this one check and then possibly get out of there. So if the sleep delay is actually defined, which I don't necessarily need to check that, but I guess we do just to be nice. And I should probably do a return clause, like an error here. Where do we have? I have an example of that. I don't know why they're setting it equal to -1. Just to be nice, we'll put in a little error message. Then do we return after that? I guess we return after that. Well, it's just going to naturally return, so who cares? Yeah, don't need this. And I actually did this. All right, so that's our main loop. So we have a couple other functions in here that I don't know what they do. Add to config, read from config. So add to config is where we are setting our stuff up. So we actually need the delay timer in here. Radio off USB time. Where are you quoting Kant in my stream? Do you really expect me to get philosophical? I'm gonna be mean. Where were we? We were right here-ish, up a little further. I still need to add the timer to the settings and stuff. So add to config is a function that actually adds the variables and stuff to the the settings in wLED. We can do that externally through our user mods. So it's actually kind of cool. So we have the enabled button is this, the GPIO is that one, and then we've got what did I call it? What did I call my variables? Check time. It's not constants, since it's in English. It was the only thing I understood. So that was my input. I see. I don't know what he's doing, so I'm going to quote Kant at him until he pays attention to me. We've all been there. Deep sleep, what are you doing? Deep sleep, you are doing append. Append configuration data override. Drop down for the wake up pin. Hey, where'd you go? Why are we up there? Maybe I hit something, a keyboard button or something. So that's specifically, this is just the drop down for the wake up pin. Did I copy that? No, I just have GPIO as USB pin. I could make it a drop down. Maybe I should. Zero to 40. Pin is pin. String pin dot C string set F. Ugh, that's ugly. All right, let's take that and let's do... That's enabled. This would be the USB pin here. So enabled root object, blah, 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 blah. 0 to 40. If pin is valid, do the pin. Pin is valid is a check that the other program does. Oh, so we don't want that. I don't want all that complexity. Oh, and that's down here. Wait, what is that doing down here? Uh-oh. Hold on a second. This is out of control. If pin is valid, USB pin. So I'm going to need that function, pin is valid, and I'm going to need to change it. Yeah, so we need that function. Okay, well, that's an oversight. So in deep sleep, there's pin is valid. Cool, pin is valid. GPIO 024 12 15 39 can be used for wake up. So this is specific to the wake up thing that we don't need. And maybe we just take off the water wings and wade out into the ocean and just let the user make the mistake, because I'm not going to make that mistake. Because it gets a little bit wildly confusing when this kind of stuff is in here, so. Yeah, it's a private function. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to include that, so I don't need to do that. Set F GPIO. We need to figure out what it looks like, though, when we do set a pin. So let's find a program that sets a pin without doing all of those checks. So which one could possibly... Let's just look at buzzer. Actually, I don't know if that's in V2 or V1, so let's make sure we've got a V2. Internal temperature now, that's not. INA 226, I don't know what that is. Let's take a look. Factor version of all the INA settings and ums and their friendly values, blah, blah, blah. Check interval, INA samples. Conversion time, conversion to num, I2C address. Nope, that's an I2C device. We need something that utilizes and has a pin in their settings. This is where I don't understand what I'm doing and I'm just stealing stuff from other user mods. Let's see here. Unreachable net service. You know, fix unreachable net services might have fixed that problem that we had where if we didn't give it credentials, it would freeze up the microcontroller. What's up, Copper? How you doing? JSON, IR, remote, LD something or other, MPU something or other, photoresistor sensor MQTT. Try it. This one's just called usermod? Huh. Light pin A0, define analog pin. Wait, you're not doing anything to recall? Okay, this one's much more rudimentary. I'm trying to at least have some of the niceties that the more complex user mods actually have. Maybe I'm going way overboard in doing so. Let's see what their example does. Oh, and we're right in the section too. Add to config can be used to add custom persistent settings to the config.json file in the usermod object. It'll be called by wLED when settings are actually saved. If you want to force saving the current state, use serialized config in your loop. What? Caution, serialized config will initiate a file system write operation. It might cause the LEDs to stutter, and it will cause flash wear if called too often. Add to config will make your settings editable through the usermod settings page automatically. Numeric values are treated as floats. Pin values can be treated differently from an integer value by using the key name pin. Pin can contain a single or array of single values. Okay. Snowy here and the road crews haven't converted the construction equipment over yet for winter use. Oh. We were supposed to see snow, but it's just a cold rain. Very disappointing. Use int8t to store pin values in the user mod, so a -1 value can be used. I see. Use mod v2 autosave for an example that saves flash space by reducing Arduino JSON key name strings. If you need dedicated settings page with custom layout to your user mod, that takes a lot more work. You will have to add the settings to the Okay, so add to config. Create nested object, name. Okay, so I think we have this stuff. Pin array, add test pin 0, and what the fuck? All right. And then read from config gets the value and throws it in there. So let's, okay, so I think we just need to do a uint pin. We don't need a drop down for it. Okay, append config data is what we're working on, right? Yeah, config complete, append config data. And so we'll use the example, and we're going to take our 3 variables need to be put in here. And so our 3 variables are store time, and then store enabled, just so that we have this, you know, and we can function properly. Enabled maybe first, but that's just a Boolean. So it would be top enabled is equal to just enabled, I guess. But why? Wait. Test bool, testant. I guess we're storing, we're defining the locations using strings. So that's it. Just like that. The on-off status, rather, our on-off variable, does that need to get stored? I don't think that needs to get stored in memory, because whether or not the radio's on or off, that'll rectify itself after just a little bit. If for instance, like if you put it to sleep, turn it off and then turn it back on, the enable status will then be evaluated in 10 seconds or whatever amount of time we set, like a couple seconds regardless of the initial status. So I don't think we need to do any storage of that. So what is my time variable actually called? I forget. Delay timer. Equals delay timer. Okay. And then store the pin. It had a big variable name, didn't it? Nope, USB pin. Okay. Is equal to USB pin. Okay, so that's storing them in the EEPROM whenever append config data is run. And actually, I don't need these to be on 2 lines. I think I'm doing that right. Oh wait, no, we need more stuff. We need, sorry, example, we need this, whatever the hell that is. And that's add to config. Wait, that's not the wrong one. This is append config data. We're in the wrong section. Add to config is the one that we just did. Read from config, add to config. Okay, so we redid all this. Okay, so now we're ready. Now I know what I'm doing. I'm a big boy. Dude, no, that did Control Z. Shift tab. Oh no. Tab. There we go. Stab. All right. So that appends config data. So read from config. I'm just gonna like delete most of these, and we'll come back in and make it again. Or do we need to? Well, yeah, because I've got 3 things. I guess we'll leave it at 0. Pin is valid is no longer a thing that we have though. So let's just blow this thing away and start over with it. So that we actually understand what we're doing in all this user mod nonsense. Wait, where are you going? You are this one, so this we don't need. Okay, cool. So this is like total bare bones. Read from config can be used to read back custom settings that you added with add to config. This is called by wLED when settings are loaded. Currently, this only happens immediately after boot or after saving on the usermod settings page. Read from config is called before setup. This means that you can use your persistent values in setup, pin assignments, buffers, etc. But also that if you want to write persistent values to a dynamic buffer, you need to allocate it. Oh my God, I don't understand any of that. Return true in case the config values returned from usermod settings were completed. False if you'd like wLED to save your defaults to disk. Get JSON value returns false if the value is missing. This function is guaranteed to be called on boot, but it could also be called every time settings are updated. So read from config, root FSPR name, bool to config. So let's just see what read from config looks like over here in deep sleep. Let's read from config. JSON object and root override. So this stuff is the same. We will put that in. Good. And now config complete and equals get JSON value enabled. So that's sort of how we're doing it. And then this is how we're loading it into one of our thingy-wingies. But we're not doing a get valid. Pin is valid is a function within deep sleep that we don't have. So we're going to do this, and we're not going to check it over at all. So this would be our other variable. That would be where are we? Ah, I got lost. So enabled, same delay timer. Delay timer, and then all the way up to here. Radio off USB time. There. Okay, so that's config complete and get JSON value, top delay time to get the actual setting in the memory, and then load the variable and then define it as that. Enabled is not global overrided, right? No, it is. So we should be doing that there anyway. Radio off enable. Oh my God, all this for this tiny little program, huh? Comma. Enable USB time and then USB pin. Oh, underscore enabled. Is that this stuff down here? Progmem enabled and then radio off. Why am I doing radio off? Oh, that's the name of the program. I don't understand that. Yeah, this is weird stuff. There's quite a bit that I don't really understand in here. Oops. That's the pin number. So what are those again? All the way up here. USB pin. USB pin. This just enables me to load and unload these variables from memory so that wLED remembers my stuff. What's going on over here? Mahalo just subbed with a tier 1 for 75 months. Holy crap. Wow. Jalopy Jones is on a 3-stream streak. Hey, is the thing. That's a thing. Hey. 3-stream watch. Happy December ween. Yes, yes. Yeah, we're in December now, and we almost got 4 inches of snow. It turns out it's just rain, so we're stuck indoors on a rainy day. We're doing some complicated stuff here. If you don't understand what I'm doing, that makes 2 of us. Right now, I am simply just following examples and stuff and other programs in order to load and unload my settings. And some of these programs have additional like checks that they do in order to see whether pins are valid or not, or if something like has gone wrong in the program. And I'm looking at the example, and the example is so simplistic, and it doesn't have all these little like checks and stuff that it does. Like Deep Sleep Timer has its own pin is valid check that it does constantly, and we're not doing that. So I'm simply just checking to see if things are like done or not. I added like 1 or 2 little error clauses in there too, and I've rewritten some of the ones that previously existed. But other than that, I don't really think I'm going to be taking this thing into the debugger. Things will have to go severely wrong if I do actually have to take it into the debugger. But I think everything's pretty straightforward on this. So yeah, so my big news today is that I weighed myself for the first time since the holiday, and I've gained several pounds, and it's not good. So I'm clamping down the bolts again. I'm not allowed to eat anything anymore. Okay, user mod example. We're following the example. Does a bunch of stuff. A 3-argument get JSON value assigns the 3rd argument as default value if the JSON value is missing. What is that even? What? Pin fields have special handling in settings page or some pins. Config complete and get JSON value top. Pin 0, test pins 0 and 1. Huh. I could use their pin assignment value, but I don't think I'm smart enough. I don't think I'm smart enough. Deep Sleep does have a pin too, but it's not using, I don't think it's using their wake up, their special pin. Yeah, they're not using their special thing. They're not storing it as a special thing. So I'm not going to do it either. I'm storing it as regular, even though that's technically against convention. And then return config complete. Okay, cool. So we're done that. So this is how we read our values back in. Assuming I typed everything properly, I think we're good. I don't know what this is doing. So FPSTR to the underscore enabled. And that's copying what this is doing. And then name and enabled are stored as, or they're, I don't know, something that you can, strings to reduce flash memory usage. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't understand. I don't understand. I guess they store it as a static in the progmem because it's used a lot or something. So I just copied it. I just copied it and changed the stuff to my stuff. Radio off and enabled. I don't know. So append to config is called when the user enters usermod settings page. Add to config, read from config, append config data. So now we are going to append our stuff onto this thing. So append add info. What is Deep Sleep doing in append? They do something weird. Oh, and then they've got get ID at the bottom. Usermod ID Deep Sleep. We don't really have that. We don't do that. I don't know if anybody will get ID from it. Set F, add drop down, deep sleep, wake when, add option low, add option high. So drop down for the wake up pin is this whole business here. I don't know if we necessarily need a drop down. The dog's trying to type on the keyboard in case anything crazy happens. I know some streamers, if there's like gobbledygook that gets typed, everybody says hi to their pet. So I need an enabled wake after delay sleep. Why is enabled not on this list? Is enabled just a default? Is that always on there? Let's check the example and see what it says. It may add additional metadata for certain entry fields, adding a dropdown if possible. Be careful not to add too much append, buffers limited to 3K. Add info, string, name. Great. This is a great config value. Add info, string, test string, 1, enter any string you want. Oh boy. Drop down and then test int. Add option nothing. Add option everything is 42. Ha 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 ha. Handle overlay draw. Okay, so that's different. That's for something else. Handle button. Interesting. wLED disable MQTT. This is in their example? What is going on here? Add more strings here to reduce flash memory usage. Implementation of non-inline member methods. What the my example user mod, example user mod. Okay, so we've got most of that stuff. I just need to figure out how to add the fields for settings, and I don't know why enabled isn't in the append config data. So let's look at deep sleep. No, let's look at a different example. What else do we have? We need a different one. How about not multi-relay? We could get one of the ones that's called out specifically to be a V2. Unreachable devices. Battery would be one of the ones that does have an enable on it. Although battery is a very big program. Down here at the bottom where we get our settings. So there we go. LiPo, min voltage, max voltage interval, discovery, indicator threshold, duration. Append buffer drop down, blah, 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 blah. Interesting. So they don't have enabled in here either. They've got type. So enabled might just default be there. I don't know. The dog has powered off my PC before because for some reason my keyboard has a power sleep wake button row above the nav cluster. Oh boy, these keyboard layouts are getting pretty bad, aren't they? And now some platforms have like an AI button. Here, you slow it down when I press this thing. And there's one where the power button is like right around the arrow keys. It's crazy out there, man. These designs. I'm going to go to a different preset on the thing so it's dancing a little bit more. Whoopsies. Yeah, some of these, like these are unacceptable. This one might be a nice one to put on the dog. That'll keep her nice and visible. Although it is using 300 milliamps. It's using, oh no, it's 150 milliamps. That's actually a really good one. And of course she won't have my desk light on her, so she'll be a little bit more visible. You guys can't quite see it, but I can see individual pixels lighting up. This is not as diffuse as the camera would lead you to believe. It's not as diffuse as the camera would lead you to believe. It's better if we get in close. And I think on Wednesday we'll work on the car seat. We need to do some hashtag AutoCAD ads, or they're gonna come to my house and execute me. You know, and I'll be crying, and it'll be a very sad day. But you know, AutoCAD is gonna basically kneecap. They're gonna break my kneecaps after practice if I don't actually do my due diligence to keep my copy of Fusion 360. So they've been actually, let's be honest, they've been like super cool about it. I haven't gotten any emails about it. Every now and then I get like an email from their coordinator that's like, hey, let's collaborate, or there's a meeting on Thursday. There's a meeting on Thursday that's exactly during the time of my stream, so I haven't been able to attend any. So I feel like I'm being a little bit of an absentee beneficiary of this program. But in the beginning, we did a whole bunch of hashtag AutoCAD ads. I'm supposed to do 2 every 3 months. So I'm going to do 2 a month just because. So I need to do my due diligence and do another stream to earn my points, I guess. I don't know where I check on the points either. All right, so anyway, I'm trying to like figure out how to get like a pin definition, and doing a drop down might be cool, but I don't know. I guess this is how, but why are we doing it multiple times? Over advertise in case you can't for whatever reason the next 2 months is smart. Yeah, that's what, because we've been working on stuff that hasn't used 3D prints or AutoCAD at all. My 3D printer has been sorely neglected in the back there. One thing that I would like to work on is that split flap display and get that running, because I think that would be a very cool thing to put above burn the subs, and that way if there's like, I don't think I'll be able to make enough characters for like a user comment, but maybe when somebody subscribes I can go and put their username up there, because that's a low number. I've ordered motors for it, but I need to redesign the flaps themselves, because the way they do it is they'll have you 3D print the whole flap, and the whole flap means the bottom of a number and the top of a number, and doing it that way with my materials on my machine will look terrible. It'll be, the bottom layer will look shitty and the top layer will look, you know, tight and good. So what I need to do is I need to split the split flaps and have them top and bottom side, and then I need to make the text an inlay so that you start printing in white and flip to black, and so the flaps will be black with a white letter in the middle, and so that all lines up and looks good. So then I have to get everything off the printer, glue together the flap, and I probably need to do that individually 10, 100 million, billion, thousand times to make the split flap work. It's going to be just absolutely aggravating. Nothing is ever easy around here. We try to do things like this to make things easy. Trademark frauding a BMW shift knob as an AutoCAD project. The automatic shifter that I don't like. With the chair that I got, because that's going to be soon, is working on that BMW chair. I can finally like build it into like a driving simulator setup, which it kind of bugs me, because the default state of all those driving simulator setups that people do is money pit and broken, or just never used. But I've got a real car seat, you know, windfall from my brother who changed the interior of his car to a nicer one. I've got sort of the default BMW chair for the E92, I think. It's not the end seat. The end seat is like glorious luxury leather. I don't have that, unfortunately, but we've got kind of just a common commuter car seat, which I think is perfect because it'll be a real car part and it'll work with the rest of the real car parts, and it won't be terribly comfortable. So BMW turn signal. It does exist. It does exist. And I have one. And I keep it right here because it's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Anyway, they do exist. I just showed you it. I showed you my turn signal. Please respond. I use my turn signal. I drive a BMW station wagon from 1999. So what do I need to do? I need to add info, and then I don't think I need to really append anything. First string is suffix, second, what? Add info, deep sleep pull. Man, I need to figure out how to do this crap. What we're trying to do right now is we're trying to append, we're making something that defines the settings page that you point your browser at, and it opens it up in HTML, and it actually has all the configuration data from the user mod in it, and you can set it from there. So I want to have the microcontroller pin enabled, I guess, is automatically in there maybe, and then so we have the microcontroller pin and then the delay time. ATS is automatic turn signal return support. The turn signal has its own like return device. There went half a bottle of isopropyl alcohol all over the desk. Oh God. Well, that's technically cleaning up the desk. You've cleaned the desk. Okay. Turn, and this pops out, and then something on the wheel comes back and strikes it in the right direction. So it can go this way, and it doesn't do anything, and it comes back the other way, and that'll disable the turn signal stalk. So it'd be nice if I could maybe build into the wheel this. This typically sits on what's called the clock spring, and the clock spring is there in order to allow digital data and airbags and stuff to actually get to the wheel, so that you don't have like a wire protruding and stuff. But on a car, like an actual car, the steering wheel is hooked up to something physical. So when you turn it a bunch of times, it'll get to like a big rubber end stop and go, and then you can't turn your wheel anymore. On the simulator, it is hooked up to a three-phase servo, and the three-phase, motor / servo goes 180 degrees. And when you get to what are called the virtual end stops, it'll stop you with all the power it has, but you're more powerful than it, and you can keep going. So if I put a clock spring, which I have, into the steering wheel project, it could potentially just break the clock spring, because it'll hit up against a little tiny pithy little plastic stop, and if somebody tries to wrench the wheel, it'll just break it. And then that can tug the wires and break the clock spring eventually. You lose your 0 on it. So having the turn signals on the clock spring, I don't have a clock spring. So I'll have to figure out if I want actual turn signals in the simulator. I will have to mount this next to the wheel, and then perhaps put a little kicker on the wheel that'll be able to knock this thing back to where it belongs. What's up, Bothan? It got on my mouse pad, not sure how it's gonna handle it. Smells real nice in here though. Gotta step out for some fresh air. Yeah, if you get lightheaded, get the hell out of there, because that alcohol is gonna take up everything. Put a fan on it if you have a fan, and just wipe it thin, and it'll all evaporate. But definitely open a window, and maybe do a quick check for ignition sources. Not like check for ignition sources like tap some wires together to make sparks. Like think about it for a minute. Hopefully there's nothing that can. I had a buddy who was dumping. It wasn't like it was a spray alcohol into his carpet and deliberately lighting it. I was like, have you burnt down your house yet? That was like textbook teenage angst, crazy stuff. So I'm not finding like the simple. I'm finding it very simple. Makeshift 18650 battery charger right next to it. Those should not make sparks. Anything else that makes sparks should probably be somewhere else, but I think the only thing in this shop that makes sparks would potentially be the contactors on my my floor fan. the brushes. Oh, I see. It's sort of support as it seems it supports as a toggle rather than hold button closed with other games for turn signals. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Getting features like turn signals to work in games is cursed. I have not really totally ventured into that, and I think the steering wheel project may need an overhaul. I may need to change the software on it to be open wheel, in which case we can use the open wheels API to define button presses instead of having to actually like have our microcontroller fake pressing buttons, and that would allow us to access, you know, more buttons and stuff. If I don't come back, you know my house is on fire. Just then, Jalopy Jones decided to flip a light switch. Spark. Okay, how the hell are we doing this? I don't know what I'm doing. For int pin 0 to 40, pin plus plus. So what this is doing is this is iterating through and appending the options. 0 to pin is less than 40. So that just gives us 40 options in a drop down. I don't know if that's saving us anything, instead of just letting me put the number in as a pin. Why is it doing it twice? DD, comma, add option, that option to the pull down, but string pin, and then does it again. Oh, and then it closes. Oh, I see. I don't really think that's what we want to do. I think we just want to field. I don't really care if they add something weird. Add drop down, add drop down, add info. So what they're trying to get at is that we add info string. This is a great config value. What the okay. Yeah, so this is like their own way of adding this stuff. And it's like you start with the field and then you append and then somewhere in, I think it was deep sleep mentioned, one's like a suffix. First string is a suffix, second string is a prefix. So one comes before the field you enter, one comes after? What does that look like? Is wLED connected right now? Did I leave it connected or did I turn it off? Let's check. The one we're currently running in the microcontroller is, yeah, it's not connected. So if I hold the button and then I let go, I think that'll turn the radio back on. It did. And it connected like instantly. How cool is that? It's like a change. I'm looking at the color of the strip right now, and it's changing as I change this thing. Let me do this. We'll twist that in. That way it's a little bit more visible that this is the dog collar that I'm editing. Now, unfortunately for you fetishists, this is not going to be a great thing to bring to the convention floor because the battery time is still less than an hour. We have a lot of struggles with this many LEDs. Now, if I lower the number of LEDs, that would be lame and stupid, so I'm not going to do that. Well, it should be doing more stuff, but whatever. Random cycle. There we go. Random cycle's more fun with some of these flashy ones. I think we've lost Jalopy Jones. I think Jalopy Jones has died. So if I go to config and I take a look at the user mods, I've got all this stuff sitting in here, right? Enabled seems to always add palettes. Huh. Wait, audio reactive is not enabled? What the Save. What did I... Wait. Check. I don't know, some of them were just working, so I don't know what's going on there. There are a lot of palettes. I don't know which ones are related to audio mod. Huh. Let's go back to random cycle. So this one technically should be like reacting to sound, but it's not. Because it seems like the user mod I had. So user mods. I2C unused, SPI unused. Audio reactive, we've enabled it. We've got the right pins in there. I don't know about squelch settings. Deep sleep we have enabled. Pin 2, wake when high. So deep sleep, the enabled is already in there, even though when we look in platform EO, void add config data drop down for wake up pin is the first thing that it gives. Oops. So enabled is in there by default. Enabled is in there by default. These are the things that I have to like manually discover. Except battery doesn't have an enable. Oh, maybe down here. That's all. That's for auto off though. An indicator. How do they not have an enable? Let's look at battery real quick. Battery is vastly more complicated though. Battery. What are battery doing? Yeah, we're right at the right part. Type unknown lipo, small cycle, blah, 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 blah. This option list would exceed the append buffer. A list of all the presets to select from one, blah, blah, blah. The loop generates append option to the preset name. There's read from config. Oh my God, there's a lot of stuff here. Disable MQTT. How is that this? This. There we go. But wait, it starts with pin, calibration, and then they've got auto off, and then they've got indicator. Something else is going on here? I don't know. What? Discovery interval calibration. Huh. Oh, am I using a different battery? I think I'm using a different battery. Or not. Is there V2 battery? No. WireGuard, word clock matrix. I think that's the battery I'm using. Then how do they have so many more options than what I have? Oh, this is the battery type. Color orange requires reboot. Huh. Maybe that is what I have. But then why does audio off get its own thing? Let's look for... Oh no, that's in the wrong one. Wait. Battery, yeah, auto off. Battery auto off threshold. But where's auto underscore off in the text? Auto shutdown master, auto off enabled, auto off threshold. There's only 2 instances of auto underscore off. Whereas in here, oh, there's a space between them, so maybe that's what I need. Where's my control F? There it is. Only 2 instances, and the other one is, they're both in comments with a space in there. Back house is safe. I should have put up a bet about whether or not you burned down the house. So I don't know where the stuff is for the setting. I don't get it. This is what we took this, right? We took this and we compiled it. And so somehow in the battery user mod settings, there is a line, there is a section that says auto off with an enable button, and it's got a threshold indicator under it. I haven't managed to cause any significant fires lately, might be overdue. Like indicator. Create nested object. Low power indicator enabled. Low power indicator preset. This is add battery to JSON object. What? Battery type, configuration type. Get max, get min. JSON object A of battery auto dash off. Except for some reason it's coming in as no dash. I'm so confused. So let's keep looking for indicator. Indicator will be our indicator of whether or not we've indicationally indicated that indicated it is under create nested object, low power section. This is in their own little thing. JSON object battery, set low power inductor enabled. What? Set low power indicator enabled. So many things. I don't understand any of this crap. All right. What I'm looking for is what makes that field in the config data. Because somehow something is creating like a different section. Like this whole header, indicator, enabled, preset, blah, 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 blah. Battery somehow doesn't have an enabled on it. And is that something that's handled specially from the program? And yet somehow there's like a section 1%. Yeah, MS and percent. Threshold 10%. I'm confused, man. I don't know. Just doesn't seem like the right stuff. What about... All right, where's battery? All the way up here. Update battery config. Map voltage, get min voltage. It might be that there's some kind of like an override for that section, maybe. No, not in here though. But not for me. Offset calibration values, battery. Update battery config.cfg. I don't know, man. I'm just confused. This is just confusing me, man. Okay, so it's got some of this stuff here in the assets, but those are like PNG assets. That's going to be a mystery to me. I'm just going off of what we've already got installed. Haven't managed to cause any significant flare-ups, might be overdue. I mean, I guess this is responding to audio. I don't really know. It's kind of hard to see. I guess it flares up a little higher. See, this would actually be, because this is the strip goes down one row and then back the other. And I haven't redefined it yet in the settings. When I do that, it'll probably have better handling, but it's funny because the middle LED is like around here, and these are supposed to go from the middle outward, and yet it's going from one side to the other. It makes it a little bit cooler looking, I think. All right, so what else do I have? A more rudimentary user mod that I can throw up as an example, because I'm about to throw up. Because I don't know where any of this crap is coming from. Like, okay, so I would assume, you know, this is built in. Audio reactive and deep sleep are ones that I've installed. Deep sleep is a little bit more rudimentary. So you figure that it loads up deep sleep and then it puts a divider bar in there. And that maybe, is that what this is? Oh, we got to go back to a place. Hold on. Close batteries stuff. So JSON object root FSPR name config complete is equal to top is null. What is that? I would assume that this is the name, and then maybe the bar below it is automatically put in, so that you are then just able to give it stuff. Because like when audio reactive, let's look at audio reactive. They're doing a lot in their settings too. And they're up at A. Thank you for tolerating me for this, you guys. I hope you appreciate this. We are just hanging out and working on programming stuff. It's a little bit more extensive than I wanted it to be. I thought we would actually be able to try to compile this, and I'm not there yet. I need to figure out the settings page stuff, and then we need to do the platform overrides, the platform IO overrides for the 3 default settings that we need this thing to have. And then we can try to compile it and see what I've neglected. But I am actually learning a lot of this stuff. I'm getting a little deeper. My fingernails are starting to really dig into this crap. The add your own functionality from the wiki had some details in it that were wrong, so I don't know if I trust it. Huh. That's a weird one. That's a weird way of debugging. I've never seen that before. Okay. Bunch of variables, a lot of stuff going on. We're looking for below the void where we start. Oh my God, fast Fourier transforms and stuff. There's a lot of software here. All the way at the bottom. Wow, it's a lot of strings. Fill audio palette, get CRGB band, create audio palettes, remove audio palettes. Holy crap. So they're using pin arrays. So, oh my God, where is the top of this? Read from config. Okay, here's read from config. What were we working on? We were working on append config data. Okay, so audio reactive, UX is equal to audio reactive. UX equals shortcut for audio reactive. Fingers crossed that UX isn't already used as a JS variable. So prints audio reactive. That's that. I don't know what UX is doing in there. UI script, huh? UI script.print. Interesting. Digital mic pin. Nothing about palettes? I swear to God, we installed, this is, okay, wait, ESP30, Arch ESP32. Oh my God. User ID mod active. Why? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. We compiled this software and put it onto this microcontroller that we are communicating with, and somehow it's organized all this stuff that I don't see in the user mod stuff. You deleted things. All I did was slash out the button functionality. So I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, what is, okay, how is it doing this? I mean, in every section, it's like this. It has the title, it has a bar, and then it has the enabled is the first setting that you get to. Yet, in battery mod, there is no enabled thing. I don't know how they got rid of it, because there's no code to support that, and we are appending the configuration. Is it going to automatically put the config stuff in there first, and then we're adding to that so that it would be like the enabled is something that we put into a different file that gives it that configuration, and then the first thing we ask for is a GPIO, because that's what deep sleep. Hold on, let's go to audio reactive. Audio reactive has enabled, but then it does add palettes down below it, and I don't see add palettes anywhere in here. Audio reactive, the title, digital mic pin. So then it adds digital mic pin, digital mic. It's not giving me a pin UI, because then we have 3 pins here. Generic, okay, so here's the pull down menu. Script print, add type. What in the hell? So the mic type has the pull down here. Config ESP32 generic ID. So that's an option for a specific microcontroller. Config AGC, off normal vivid lazy. Config AGC. AGC, that's all the way down there. UX config. Does that make it a separate thing? Because now we have config there. Squelch gain and AGC. Dynamics limiter. Man, I am confused about this, huh? I am confused about this. So like frequency add drop down UX, so putting UX instead of DD. Frequency scale puts frequency and then scale. So technically this auto comes up, audio reactive. Sorry, I'm using the whole program as an underlining to try to point you guys at what I'm thinking and what I'm looking at. Audio reactive, the title is defined by UX equals audio reactive. Or is that defined, oh, maybe. They're using, I think this is using a slightly different, what's the README file say? On audio reactive? This is a bunch of crap. No, I don't think the README is going to tell me exactly what the program is doing. So I am just trying to add stuff to the settings, and the way that they do it was this append kind of thing. Audio Reactive is doing it in a different way. They've got like a different thing going on, and I was just trying to figure that out. But going back to the usermod example, because we don't, I'm trying to look at things that I have an example of in the settings file. So if I go back to Deep Sleep is fairly simplistic, and Deep Sleep has fewer settings. It seems like the enabled part is like default put in there, because it's not in. So append config data as an override. So I guess that's, I don't know, putting it onto the end. If the usermod settings, it seems like what's already there is Deep Sleep, the bar, and enabled, and then we add stuff below that. So the next thing that we would technically have is the Deep Sleep GPIO. So the GPIO has a pull down with the pins of, well, this is 0 through 5. So what is that doing? Possible pins are in the range 39. If pin is valid, is that, so that's going through the list of pins and evaluating whether or not they're valid within this thing. And then after that, we set up this drop down. So what it's doing is it's constructing the next thing that it does, add option DD pin number as a C string, comma, well, oh yeah, so it ends the little string thing, and then puts in the pin number, and then it, I don't know what, yeah, and then it ends the command. So the command that it's technically making is an add option DD thing, right? Low, and then the value is 0. High, and then the value is 1. This is creating that in a loop for each valid pin. I actually do like that, because then you can only choose pins that are not already set for stuff and itself. So maybe we do want to steal that function. DD, yeah. So we're going to take that whole thing and we'll put that into radio off, and we're going to need that function as well. So there's that, and we'll do radio off, or no, USB power GPIO. So that's our USB power GPIO. It's the one that we're going to sense that USB is on. Drop down used for pin assignment. And then we're going to steal, hold on, well, let's first get this to be on the right tab level. I'm understanding it a little bit more, the crash course in looking at an example and figuring out whether or not it's something that we need. So we need pin is valid. Bool pin is valid, and then we have an ESP, S3, C3, etc. So we're going to take that and we're going to put it into the privates. Go up to the privates. We got this whole ass program in there. And this needs to be tabbed in. Bool pin is valid. Now these are the valid wake up pins. These are not, he's pulling it in as wake pin. So we need to actually turn this into valid USB pins. ESP32, config target ESP32C3, GPI is 0 to 5. For us, that's a little different because we can have any of the analog input pins do this. Hey, Niano. How's it going? How'd it go? I mean, what is it? D 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's just 0 to 10, right? We don't have any pins that were specifically being kept from doing a digital read of. It's just that it doesn't, as long as it doesn't collide with the other ones. So I can actually get rid of this entire section. Config target ESP32 GPIO specifically for the waking pin. Although I don't know which one we have. I think ours is this one. Oh yeah, that's why it's highlighted. I see. So the if-defs that apply to us are being highlighted in the thing. That's cool. Well, I'm going to get rid of this in our radio off because radio off is going to be just very specific to our own thing. And less than 10, I guess. Well, that's D 0 through 10. That's not necessarily the pin number, is it? 0, 1, 2, 22, 23, 16. So I guess I need to do the stuff that the other code does. I need to grab this, put it in here. Okay. 0, 1, 2. That's going to be... Yeah, okay, so 0, 1, 2... not that, sorry. 0, 1, 2, 22, 23, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So 16, oops, wait. Yeah. Greater than 12, less than 15. What? Greater than or equal to 16. Oh, wait, I need to edit it in the one that's actually going to be... Oh, I edited the wrong thing. Hold on a sec. Okay, hold on. We want the one that's highlighted, the one that's actually going to be run. So that would be ESP32C3. The other ones I don't need. So I'm just going to delete those. And then put that code in here. And now we need to just iterate through the list and figure out which ones are valid. So GPIO 0, 1, and 2. These all work for digital pins, although, you know, ones that are already selected are invalid. That would be a cool check to do. But, okay. 0, 1, 2. So I'm going to take this, put that in here. Less or greater than or equal to 0, less than or equal to 2. For 0, 1, 2. 22, 23. 22, 23, and then we can loop the rest. 6, oh, it's 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, so we, oh no, 16, sorry, I'm not looking in the right spot. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So the next one would be 16 and 20. Greater than 16, less than 20. No other cases. Okay, so those are the GPIOs that we have. So greater than or equal to 0, so 0, 1, 2, 22, 23, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. So that's our list. We now have a list of pins that are valid, and this is so much. And if I wanted to add more microcontrollers to this and have their specific lists of pins, I could do that. And all of my tabbing looks like ass suddenly. What happened there? Bool. Pin is valid. can be used for wake up is not. ESP32, GPS, there you go. Okay, cool. So we got that. Jeez. And that's in our private stuff. So we can only use this within our own user mod. And that way we can run this loop for pins 0 to 40, which is odd. Pin is valid should probably evaluate whether or not the pin is already in use from other settings. I don't really know how to do that. I think you would do that with the pin register, like the pin registration thing. And, you know, I could probably use that, but I don't know how. So I guess I'm just going to keep this the way it is. That makes it kind of a weird running, and this runs in kind of a weird way. I could probably have just run add option DD for the, how many pins is it? It's like 5. So it's really not that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Oh, there's already, I've missed one. 21, 22, 23, 16, 18, 19, 20. That wouldn't be too many lines to add to this thing. I need to add 21 to that list, though. I missed one. I missed one. Yeah, this would be much better suited if I had a way to check whether the pins were like in use. There, 21 to 23. Yeah, I need like something over here to just check to see whether or not that specific pin is used for something already. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Seems like a lot. Anyway, that's gonna give us the pull down menu for the pin selection. Enabled is going in there by default. So next we need to just give it like a number. And call it out as milliseconds. So we need a number and call it out as milliseconds. So deep sleep has that, and it has that for delay sleep at the end here. So we'll just take this line and I'll grab it. Go to my radio off program, put that in there. And then what I need is add info. What does mine look like? It's not supposed to be... hold on a sec. Deep sleep, delay sleep. So it would be radio off? Or is it supposed to be... Okay, so back to deep sleep. That's referencing the variable, right? So it's going up to not deep sleep user mod. So where is deep sleep coming into play? This is deep sleep user mod. I see this reference all over the place there. Name is deep sleep. What was that one? Nope. It's GPIO. Then those are those things. That thing. That thing is a string. How do it know? Progmem, deep sleep. Okay. That's where we're getting it. So then if I go to mine and I look at what I'm doing down here, radio off, 2 O's. Yeah, 2 O's. The schism between radio off and radio off is something that's probably going to pull up a couple errors. So when I do that, I am saying all the way down here, radio off And that would be, the variable is called delay timer, or should probably be delay check. And then over here, where it loads up, and this is milli. Check every X time. Where is it actually? Add info, do all this stuff. Is this the variable name? I think that might be. In which case, delay sleep seconds 0 equals sleep at power up. Where's that? Oh, it's probably in the appends. Okay, so let's take a look at, whoa. Something in the kitchen just fell. Delay, okay, so delay, wake after, seconds, 0 is equal never, 0 is equal sleep at power up. I see, that's just, okay, so I don't really need that in there. Deep sleep, delay sleep. It looks like, so you do the add info, but it has to point to your variable names. And so your variable names are what's going to dictate what's written before it. So it says delay sleep, that's the actual variable name, although it's capitalized. It's lowercase in the other one. So it looks like, okay, option and then variable. Okay, so that's what it is. So with radio off, what I need is not radio off. Hold on, wait, let me double check that. Add info, deep sleep, delay sleep. Delay sleep in the deep sleep program. Oops, I misunderstood. It's the program, so radio off, but that was capitalized for, oh no, for deep sleep it was capitalized. Why is that capitalized? I'm sweating the details. I'm sorry, everybody. You're gonna have to tolerate me. Program in the program, it's capitalized. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I'm picking it apart. I'm starting to get it. I'm getting the details. So I didn't capitalize it in there. So it's lowercase radio off, and up here it should be the same thing, right? Add option dd string pin. Pin is valid on the pin, but it's not USB power GPIO. Dropdown is done a little differently then. This one is pulling it into the variable space. So delay time, let me see what my my variable's called again. Delay timer. Yeah, delay timer. And then I have milliseconds, and then 0 equals, that's gone. I don't need that. Oh, it's supposed to be in italics? Is that actually in italics? It is. Fancy, but gone. So that'll just say radio off. It'll say delay timer. That's weird. Delay sleep in capitals. It's lowercase here for the variable. Deep sleep, lowercase delay sleep. Seconds, sleep with power up. It's, wait a second, does it auto capitalize the first letter? What is this? Wait a minute. See, it's lowercase here, but in the settings definition, it's capitalized. That's what the hell's going on? I think it might auto capitalize the first letter. That's weird. How's that a thing? And then add info deep sleep, pull 1, up down disable. That is literally just add info deep sleep pull. Pull up down disable, and then there's a checkbox somehow. Is it because it's a Boolean? But pull is what? Pull is not a variable. How does it know what it's putting in there? Control F, pull. Disable pull, no pull. Pull mode, pull up, pull down. I'm so confused at how this thing is actually functioning. I thought that this was supposed to define what the settings page had. Because this is the append config data, right? But somehow down here, up, down, disable, the string is in there. To deep sleep pull. In the config data, pin is valid, wake up pin. Let's read from config. Okay, add to config. Name enabled, GPIO, wake when, pull. Oh, so we're appending to these. Wait a minute. I think I get it now. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see the ones and the zeros. So what happens is we add this to the configuration, add to config. So this adds the actual like checkboxes and stuff, or the program interprets that, right? It adds that stuff, and then we append to it a like more text in order to make it look good or something. We config the type of thing that configures it or something. We append to it whether or not it's a pull down with options, or this doesn't like do anything about making it a checkbox though. There's nothing about making it a checkbox. It's just adding text around the thing. So add info deep sleep pull is referencing pull up here. So I need to make sure that these two agree with each other. I don't need to know much else about the functionality here. I just need to make sure delay timer and stuff like that are actually represented up in the settings. So delay timer, USB pin is instead of the GPIO. So USB pin. And if I'm correct, then if I look at deep sleep, when we do the, where's the GPIO pin? Jesus, it's hard to navigate. Pin is valid, wake up pin is equal to 0, config complete is equal to false. Yeah, they just call it GPIO. If the pin isn't valid, mark config is incomplete. We're not going to do that check. Well, maybe I should. So we go to where this is defined and set, and we are calling it USB pin. And that would be USB pin. And that falsifies, technically this part shouldn't need to run, but we're definitely, it's radio off USB pin, yeah. So USB pin, and then down here, USB pin. So in deep sleep, GPIO, and then down here, oh, wrong way. I need deep sleep, and then I need radio off, and then I need USB pin in here. So now it'll just say USB pin, and I should probably, at the end of that, put in something that says, whatever. So that'll just be like, where are we? What the hell? I'm hearing weird noises over my head. I think somebody's vacuuming in the kitchen. It sounded like a bomb went off. It was like, yeah, but the rumbling is continuing, so I guess somebody's vacuuming. They must have broken a glass. It sucks. It sounds like constant thunder right over my head. Yeah, okay, so when you define them in the settings append, like a Boolean will go in as a checkbox for enabled and add palette. So if we looked in battery, we would find them in that one section being defined in that way, and then nothing else is being added. But then when you do the other appends, you can actually add things like, say type in front of it and then requires reboot at the end. And you could, I guess this overrides the text on the left. That would normally just be the variable name. So if I want custom text on the left and right, I set it in append config. If I don't, the add to config will just be there. So USB pin is going to show up as USB pin. Delay timer will just be a delay timer with that variables type of input. So enable will be on there. FP string enabled, enable. I don't know what that does. So we have the name and then enabled, I guess, yeah, and then enabled, delay timer, and USB pin, and then down here we override it and we say, hey, it's actually, this one's going to be a pull down, and we're going to have all this stuff here. So I guess that's going to work, I hope. Yeah, okay. I think that's the way we're doing it. I think I got it right. Who knows? I'm getting so confused. This user mod stuff is crazy. I don't know why you would have this in two different sections, but I guess it makes some sense. And I'm starting to figure out where all this stuff is coming from. So we've got our own little pin is valid check. Really, technically, what we should be doing for that pin is valid check, we should be looking to see what pins are already in use. And that way we could remove those from the list if they're already in use. And that's something that the wLED pin manager does do. It do that because we're actually using it. Where is it? We're using it somewhere else to when we assign the pins. We're actually, when we initialize the pins. When we initialize the pins, we are actually using that system. So it stands to reason that there's probably, hold on. There's probably an actual system that will check to see if the pin is in use for something. Pin manager, allocate pin, USB pin. If we look in pin manager, we might actually be able to find something that we can use in order to further check to see if the pins are valid or not. Hold on, let's check. Let's just for fun. Just for fun. So we go back down to the root directory of wLED, or rather wLED 00 has all this stuff in it, and so we've got the pin manager in here too. LMNOP pin manager. Pin manager, huh? Arduino bit read set clear blah 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 blah. Deallocate pin, deallocate multiple pins, deallocate multiple pins, allocate multiple pins, allocate, deallocate, allocate, deallocate, blah, 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 blah. Is pin allocated? GPIO. Hold on, let's check to see where that actually is. Allocate multiple pins. Allocate pin. Is pin allocated? If a tag is set to pin owner none, checks for any owner of the pin. If the tag is set to any other value, checks if that tag is the current owner of the pin. Return bit read pin allocate GPIO. What the why? Pin owner tag allows the pin manager. Whoa, there's even like pull-up menus on that? What? Here, oh, you guys are missing it. Allows pin manager to lock allocation to a specific owner so someone else doesn't accidentally deallocate a pin it is allocated. Also enhances debugging. And then it has the RAM cost. What? Tag is set to a pin owner none. Checks for any owner of the pin. If tag is set to any other value, checks if that tag is the current owner of the pin. What? So if the tag is set to pin over none, checks for any owner of the pin, it's bit read pin alloc GPIO. How do I use that? I mean, they're using it is pin if in is pin allocated. Pin alloc failed already allocated. So if it's true, then the pin has already been allocated. So we're looking for a false. So if I go into our is pin valid, and I can do a pin manager is pin allocated. I don't think I need the pin owner on it. So we're registering it to unspecified when we register it. And when we check bool pin is valid, first check to see if this returns true for our check pin. Oh, we need to actually already be like a... Wait, why would I do that? Why would I reassign the wake pin constantly? What's going on there? Oh, we're defining it for the first time here, so this is just check pin. So I'm just going to take check pin and just put that in instead of wake pin. Lame variable names. Check pin, check pin, check pin. Okay, so if it is in the list of valid pins, we don't want to hit the pin manager all the time. We want to come down here and we want to check to see if the pin manager returns with, hold on, I got to go back here. So if that's true, then it's been allocated. Otherwise, we return true. Oh my God, this is a lot. This is a lot of microcontroller-y stuff that I didn't expect. So, okay, double check my logic here. Bool, pin is valid. And then we've got our check pin. If the check pin is within the range of the pins that this microcontroller can have, we check to see if the pin manager, why is that highlighted in red? What do I do here? Pin manager is pin allocated thingamajig. Because that's exactly what we did down here. We did if pin manager allocate pin. Pin manager is pin allocated. Tag equals pin owner none. What does pin owner tag mean on that one? See, this just does is pin allocated and just gives the one thing. Oh, so I just get rid of this. And get rid of byte. And check pin. Check pin. There we go. Okay. This is still saying that something's wrong with it. Although maybe it's just highlighting it for me in a different, I don't know what's going on there. This should work. So it checks to see if it's allocated. If it is, if allocation is equal to true, then we return a false because the pin check failed. Otherwise, we return a true. And then debug print line, unsupported deep sleep wake up pin, return false. So that way our pull down menu is only going to have this missing parenthesis. Oh, I got a double paren on the end. I got, okay, Control S. Control S. I'm starting to understand things. My brain is sparkling. My smooth brain is beginning to sparkle, much like the LEDs are audio reactively sparkling on this stream. Thank you, Arch Tango. Saved me a little bit of debug there. My brain is expansive and sparkling like mad. I'm using too much current. I need a Twinkie. Yeah. So that's we just improved the functionality of our little routine much higher than what was there before. So Deep Sleep doesn't do this, but now when we pull up that menu where we're looking to see whether or not we can assign a pin, the ones that have been previously used by other programs and stuff will not show up. I don't know what that means if the allocation is us, because we're unspecified. So if we allocated the pin, could it technically unassign the pin that we already have set because we're going through this check to see whether or not the pin is allocated? That's a question. That might be a thing. Can it unvalidate itself if we're checked? Because it doesn't, this is unaware of who is check pin. I don't think, but if it returns, it'll return the value, the ID of that pin. And the user mod unspecified, we need to check where was that list? That list was in, there was a list of like potential, I think it was in the pin manager .h. Here we go. Unspecified is who we are. Oh, 1. So if it returns 1, then what does it return? It returns true and false, though. Where was our definition of this? Usermod v2 example, deep sleep, radio off, pin manager. And then we were looking at the C++ file. Is pin allocated? And that's a yes or a no. Then what is the pin owner tag? To lock an allocation to a specific, oh, sorry. Enum class pin owner allows pin manager to lock an allocation to a specific owner so someone else doesn't accidentally deallocate a pin it hasn't already allocated. Also enhances debugging. Okay, I'm the check that we need to put in here is to check to see, because if we go into the settings pin and we've already got our GPIO pin allocated, when it goes to populate that list, our pin is no longer going to be on the list, the one that we've already allocated. And so it'll invalidate what's set in the setting, right? I think. So what I need to do is I need to check to see whether or not it has a pin owner. And if the pin owner is us, then we need to continue on our way and you know, have the pin be valid. If tag does not equal. So how do I check is pin okay? Is read only. Get pin odor? And the byte's going to be GPIO. Wait. Oh, we're putting the GPIO into it. Return owner tag GPIO. And owner tag will be the number. So what we can do is if is allocated is true, that means that we can check if get pin owner of of the check pin is equal to 0, 1. I don't know if I need 0x01, but that's the user mod unspecified. Why is equal not liking me there? Huh? Pin owner int radioff. Well, I hate to break it to you, but get pin owner is going to come back as a. Oh no, it's going to come back as a string. Yeah, it's going to come back as a string, and this will evaluate it. Return owner tag. Static pin owner tag of 22. Oh, it's of type tag equals tag. What does that even mean? Owner tag of GPIO is equal to tag. Oh my God. This is... Deallocate pin. So, all right, let's check pin manager.h and see what it says here. Enumerated structure pin owner. UN8T. So it's a number. '81, '85, '80, 8D. Are these, what are these, strings? Usermod ID unspecified. Only used once, okay. Deallocate multiple pins, allocate pins, depreciated, no. Is pin allocated, will return true for reserved pins. Is pin okay, will return false for reserved pins. I guess is pin okay is one of the ones that I could use too. So instead I can actually do, instead of, I don't know, it would be confusing, but is pin okay works too. And they don't have any information. Get pin owner is the one that doesn't have any explanation on it. Okay, good. Great. Pin owner, get pin owner, byte GPIO. And pin owner is a thing? Pin owner, none. Default equals legacy equals unspecified owner. What? I just want to check to see whether or not it's us. I guess maybe this whole thing is a little harebrained. Structure pin owner allows pin manager to lock an allocation onto a specific owner so someone else doesn't accidentally deallocate a pin that hasn't been allocated. Also enhances debugging. That's the RAM cost. So that's what the pop-up menu was. And then it's an array of uint 8Ts. So it's just binary numbers. But this is being set equal to usermod ID unspecified, which I don't know where that's coming from. Can I use that in if I'm, does this use wLED.h or something? wLED pin manager H. I don't think I can put that in as a variable. I don't think that'll do that. Let's just, I mean, I guess we can just check, see if the compiler doesn't throw it up in my face. Default value for a general user mod that does not specify a custom ID expands to 1. Okay, so it's the same as putting 1 in there. What up, Cheesy Popcorn? How's it going? Thank you for tolerating this, everybody. It's kind of confusing. Is pin OK might be the best one to do here. Is pin OK? And then if it isn't, then we can check. Is pin OK? True. And then this one returns false. And then we can do an additional check. But the equals still isn't, the Boolean operator still doesn't like it. Do I need just 1 equals in there? No, it's 2 equals. Oh, but it likes the 1 equals. What the wait a minute. Do we not do double equals anymore? Or is that registering as a spelling mistake? No operator double equals matches these operands. Pin owner equals int. Operator equals what the fuck? I don't think that's, I don't know. Shouldn't that be a double equal? Because I'm evaluating get pin owner is equal to usermod ID unspecified. Aren't 2 equals an assignment function? I thought that was like I thought that was the whatever it is, the evaluation thing. I thought, I thought double equals is equal to, whereas equal assigns, I don't know, man. So, okay, fine. It likes that better. It doesn't like pin manager for some reason. Expression must be modifiable L value. What? Pin manager. I used it up here and you were fine with it. Oh, is pin okay? Is pin okay, capital O. Is pin awk. Good. Likes this. Oh, because this will return, but this returns a value. It doesn't return. Single equals is assignment, but in C it also returns the result of the assignment. But we're not trying to assign, we're trying to evaluate. We're in an if statement. If, see, now it likes this. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. So if this value is equal to this value, okay, yeah, this is evaluate. But the compiler doesn't know that they're going to be returning the same stuff. Phil Powers is right, however, it's bad. It's a super bad practice, okay. Oh my God, you guys are way smarter than I am. So I are still confused. I think the compiler doesn't know that what we're doing is kind of advanced. It does know usermod ID unspecified. You should be able to use double equals, pin owner, It's an enum, so numbers with magic name to make it type safe. Pin owner. Pin owner? Oh. Pin owner. Oh, okay. So I need to put pin owner in front of it. Wait, if I do... Is that even gonna... No, that hates it. That hates its guts. That hates it. Nope. Get pin owner, name implies it returns something, i.e. there's nothing to set. Oh, double cap, hold on, pin owner. Oh, it hates it even more. An class pin owner allows pin manager to lock in an allocation, blah, 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 blah. What's the type of pin owner? That's what we're wondering, yeah. So I have no comments on this about what it returns. It's really fun. That's really fun. But in the other pin thing, which is, sorry, got to move stuff. Pin manager, we've got static pin owner, owner tag, wLED num pins, pin owner none. So pin manager versus pin owner. Does that mean it's type none? Pin manager, owner tag of GPIO. No, that's not it. Man, I don't know. Can you F12 on pin owner? What do I do? Highlight it and hit F12? I can't. How do I get to function F12? Enum struct. Here we go. UN8T. So it's a UN8T table, and then the values are all down here. And when it gets to specified, unspecified, which is what we're assigned as, because we're a custom user mod, we use unspecified because we're not on this list. They didn't put us on the list. They're not going to let us in the club. But what that equals to is user mod ID unspecified, which is 0x01. So it's binary 1. And so when I go into my radioff program, what I want to evaluate is the function pin manager get pin owner is equal to user mod ID unspecified, which is a UN8T and a UN8T. underscore unspecified instead of 0x01 in the comparison should work. Oh, pin owner colon whatever. That's just telling me that the U is bad. It's C++, so equals pin owner double colon unspecified. Oh, Oh, that got even worse. Enum pin owner has no member Okay, so go back to user mod ID. That one does identify. And it just says it's 01. Default value for general user mod. You guys can't see because it's under the thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Highlight. So Default value for a general user mod that does not specify a custom ID expands to 1. But I really have to do the pin owner : // : : So if we've already used the pin, so we're using is pin okay? Is pin okay true? Then we're gonna just come back with a true. I did is pin okay just because it's less confusing. It flips the binary. So is pin okay? True, 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 true. If it's false, the pin is not okay, then we check to see first if the pin manager's owner says that it is us, basically. Not unspecified, usermod. I don't think that's a thing. Oh, wait. Not usermod, just unspecified. This one. You fixed it. Hey, you guys know more than I do. So just unspecified as we've defined ourselves as, and that'll return the enumerator class value 0, 1. It's just we had to get the left and the right side of the equation to agree on types, which is the fun of C++. Python would have let me do it. Python will let you put a folding chair into one side of your variables, and it will say, hey, that's cool, you've got that parking space, I'll do what I can. But C++ is a little bit more finicky about how it does that kind of stuff. And so much smarter than me users, which are prevalent in this stream, have chimed in and correctly corrected me to use instead _unspecified, which for some fucking reason it understands better. Geez, that was confusing, and you guys are smart. So now we have that final check to see whether or not we're actually using it. And if we are using it, it'll show up in the pull down menu. That's all we've been doing for all of this, like the past half hour. The past half hour, oh, and my camera's off. My camera needs to be down here for the face close up. I would like to pull a SARC and have the second zoom in level. And I think I have the buttons to do it. So I'll probably at some point I'll get the bug up my ass and actually do more Stream Deck stuff so I can be funnier. But for right now, I got what I got. Here, I'm actually going to reverse these two. I'm going to pull the computer in a little closer just for my shenanigans. Let me open up Stream Deck real quick. Dude. Oh, not technical issue. I need scope arm here, tech issue, or PC there. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. C++ is hard to get running, but then it's rock solid. Python runs everything and explodes in your face. Yeah, we've been doing Arduino C++, we call it, because it's kind of like C++, it's kind of like C, a little bit in the middle of the two. But oh yeah, there were a bunch of other people that were also smarter than me in chat, by the way. So you guys are much smarter. unspecified instead of 0x01, and the comparison should work. Ping owner, but it's pin owner. Yeah, so this stuff I don't really understand. I don't really understand this. I guess we are pointing it towards that structure, the enumerator, and then we are giving it, but unspecified, is that on the list in the pin manager stuff? We're pointing it towards here. That is being set equal to this value, but the compiler didn't really know that. Even though these are the same thing, one's being set up in the structure as the value. So if we point it towards this, even though it equals to the thing that we had in there before, it likes it better for some reason. For some reason. Because I guess in pin manager exists pin owner, and so we are referencing to pin owner. Could we do pin manager unspecified? Maybe not. But yeah, so now we've got that little check to see whether or not we've already assigned the pin so that it'll go in the pull down menu so that we can't have this weird system where if we assign a pin and we go into the settings and take a look at the pull down menu, the same pin doesn't exist and we can't keep our settings. I don't know if any of the other user mods have done that, but that's just what we came up with. That's radio off, unsupported pin. USB power! Or rather, unsupported digital input. Save it again. So that got crazy, but we figured it out because everybody's smarter than I am. So we use pin manager is pin okay to check the pin. If it's good, if the pin manager says it's not allocated to anything, then we return true. Otherwise, we check to see if we're the owner and we return a false. And that way, the is pin valid program can help us enumerate through 0 to 40 and figure out whether or not wLED is currently using anything. Hot damn. That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay, I don't know what the hell this stuff is doing, but all the way down here, we were looking at our options, and I think we've got everything that we need in here now. Because now we know that these add to configs, they will all have a choosable item thing in the configuration menu. So we're going to have our name display. We're going to have an enabled checkbox. I don't know if we need both of these. Do we need both of these? What is Deep Sleep doing? When we put it in there, we've got enabled, and then we go to GPIO next. So yeah, that was redundant. So in our radio off, we're going to get rid of the second one. Oh, double check that. Top, root, create nested object, FPR, name, and then top, FPR, enabled. So I'm actually going to steal this, and I'm going to take this over here, and we're going to throw that. Okay, this is exactly the same. So we don't need this one. And these aren't storage. These are actually just putting them onto the list. We only have 3 options, and it's taken me a 5-hour stream in order to 3 hours and 15 minutes. Jeez. I thought I'd be able to hit the compile button today, but no. Scope creep. All right. Enable button, delay timer to check on the USB pin that we specify. The delay timer USB pin. So then we have, that's to read the settings. Enabled delay timer, double delay timer. Wait a minute. So USB pin. So config complete and get JSON value of enabled and throw it into radio off enabled. Delay timer, throw it into USB timer. Yeah, USB time and then USB pin. Delay timer, USB pin. If not pin is valid, USB pin is equal to 0. And that's our own validation check for the USB pin to see if it's being used by anybody, and if it's being used by us, that's going to return true. So that's still a valid function call, although it is not formatted correctly. So if there's no pin set, it's set to invalid, and then the false config complete, and then it returns true or false, I guess. So now we append where we actually make it look good. Add drop-down radio off USB pin for pin 0 to 40. Check to see if the pin is valid. And that returns true or false. And that's going to check to see if anybody's using it. And if we're using it, it'll return true. And so it adds option with the name of the pin, and then it's set to the value of the pin to whatever variable is set up above. Okay, cool. Then for So enable is on there default, and that's just the way it is. We don't need to actually add text to that. So that's just going to go normally. Then for this one, we're going to add info. And I guess from radio off delay timer, I don't know what that's doing, because that's going to be the text in front of it. And then the text behind it is milliseconds. I would like to call it delay check timer, but I'll just call it delay timer for now, and I'll know what's going on. And that's all we need to do. We only need to mess with two of them. Put settings into memory, check over program, done. And then Control S. I don't really know what these are doing. It's supposed to save flash memory. I don't know if I need to add more stuff to it for the statics, but whatever. And static radio off user mod, radio off, and then register user mod. I don't know if I need to register it as my own thing. I copied what another program had on that. I don't know if that's necessarily a thing that I need, or if that's fine, or if I need to do general or whatever. I don't know. I think we've been over all of the logic of the whole thing, and I don't really find too many problems. The only thing that I can do is search for radio FF, radio off. Radio off is okay in there because it's a string. That's okay because those are the same everywhere. Where else do we have it? Radio off enable, that's fine. Radio off, that's in a string. Radio off, radio off, radio off. Everywhere I use it as a variable, it's radio off. Okay, so that looks okay. Let's check radio off. User mod. Radio off. USB pin. That's an op append. What is that for? Huh. Radio off. Pin USB pin. That's going to be weird. I don't know. Who cares? Radio off delay timer there. That's fine. Radio off user mod. Radio off. Okay, good, 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 good. Looking good, looking good. Only, it says one error, and I don't know where that is. Where are your error? One problem in the file. Let's find it. Does it mark it on the sidebar? I'm not familiar with Platform IO, guys. Everybody out there, I don't know what I'm doing. So it's been a little bit of a learning experience. I don't dislike it anymore. I never really liked the complexity of it and the visual complexity of everything. I'm getting kind of used to all the stuff. Dr. Plugger, hey, thank you so much. Lowercase on sleep delay. Sleep capital delay. Wait, is it supposed to even be in here? Hold on. It's not supposed to be in here at all. It should be delay timer. No errors. How about that? How'd you see that? Was that somewhere in like one of these other windows that I didn't know to look at? That must have been. Must have been. Do we really have no errors in the code? That's shocking. That's shocking to me. Although there will probably be errors in other things. I'm wondering if, because you see all these like complicated debug modes. By the way, Dr. Plugger was a 59 month. Thank you, Dr. Plugger. We had a 59 and a 75 for Mahalo. Dang, that's a lot. That's some long subs. So all of these other programs that we've been kind of referencing in order to write our little user mod here, that only does one simple little thing, which is look at a pin and see whether or not there's voltage on that pin, and then decide whether or not to turn on and off the radio based on the state of that pin. That's all we're doing, right? We had to do all this other stuff in order to get that done. Flawless coding first try. What I'm getting at is the part, the flawless coding elicits, which is all of these other programs that we've looked at have all of these functions in them that are doing things, and they're giving us errors, and they've got these little like catches in them, and they look kind of complicated. We don't need that. We're just doing a bare bones thing. Error messages, we don't need error messages. Well, the reason they have all these error messages is because when there are no outward problems with your code, there can be weird things that happen internally. Like if, for instance, the things that we're evaluating might not actually return what we want them to. They might not have a type difference, but maybe their interaction is a little bit different from what we expected to have happen. So it's possible that we can get this thing to compile and go in and do all that stuff. And then on the outset, nothing happens. And then we have to go in and start enabling debugs and stuff like that. This could be a very painful process. If we have followed other people's codes properly enough and sort of put our own version of what's going on in here, and we've sort of piled up all of our bricks in the right way, we might actually get this to work. But there's so many variables that are in play right now. Who knows? So we need to come up with the user mod, or the compiling overrides, right? We can close some of this stuff. Should probably look at this again. Handle overlay draw override we're not dealing with. Handle button. Handle button can be used to override the default button behavior. Huh. Returning true will prevent the button working in a default way. Wait, so I don't need to go into button.cpp. None reserved, analog inverted. Handled equals false. Do your button handling here, return handled. No, those delays are baked in. There are some special features for the button where if you hold it down for 6 seconds, anywhere between 6 and 10 seconds, if you hold it down, it'll go into AP mode. And then if you hold it down for anywhere beyond 10 seconds, it will do a full flash reset. It'll reset from flash memory into defaults, which is bad. I disabled them in the code itself. That's why we're dealing with platform IO, and we're dealing with local files for the wLED nightly build from 3 weeks ago. I've manually disabled those features because I think they suck, and they shouldn't be. They should be out in a menu somewhere for wLED, and they're not. It's so weird. I wonder if I could put them into a menu. I'd have to add some stuff to the code. But like, these are like rock, like, set in stone functions. But we're on a device with a permanently connected battery and one button. And so we need deep sleep in order to put this thing to sleep. That assigns to either a long press or a double press. I put it on a long press, which means you're entering this dangerous gauntlet of potentially reflashing your device if you get it wrong. Or if you configure your settings in a particular way and it needs to be set the other way, like you have a pull up where there should be a pull down, then you can have your device completely reset itself. It's madness. It's madness. And they don't tell you about it. There's also a watchdog timer revolving around restarting constantly. If your wLED restarts over and over again, it can reflash itself with defaults because it detects that, which is another thing that's totally bad, because if my breadboard has a weird connection, or I connected something a little bit wrong so that maybe the button is the wrong pull up or pull down and it keeps turning on and off, then it will detect that behavior. And then instead of me fixing the hardware and getting my device back, I have to then put the settings back in. So I've been very wary of all this stuff. So Platformio override. Platformio, ESP32C3 dog collar. And here's our dog collar setups, or extends and platform, etc., etc., etc. Watchdog timeout is equal to 0. Lull and Wi-Fi fix, I don't really need that. Why there's the space there? Arduino USB CDC on boot is equal to 1. I don't even know what that is. Disable a bunch of the features that take up battery. There's my Wi-Fi SSID and password, and the story about that one is that the viewers thought that because there are registers of public Wi-Fi SSIDs, that giving the password was extremely stupid of me and that they could find me. It turns out Glorious PC Master Race is popular enough that if you search it, it comes up with a strip mall in Ohio. which is a couple states away. And also, my SSID and password only exists inside these walls. The Wi-Fi is so bad in these 1990s houses that it barely even penetrates walls interior to the house. And I think the exterior walls use that stuff with Mylar on it. And so it's like a giant Faraday cage for the house. Here's some things that I've needed to do that I don't know how to specify. Default is push inverted. Built-in Wi-Fi sleep. We got that one. Disabling internal pull up and down from this is stuff that I need to have happen from the get-go, from the very first programming of it. User mod voltage divider, pin check on off Wi-Fi. Yeah, we're good. We're about to do that one. So all those defaults. So I know how to look for those override things that I can put in. So I'll get back to the push inverted thing. Audio reactive user mod and configure I2S microphone. Is it? Huh. audio reactive enable. I wonder what that is. Is that what I need to put in? I don't think so. No, that's not right. I'll have to figure that one out later. Oh, I did put that down here, but I don't know if that actually does it. Somewhere around here, there's a list of the user mods. Up here. Audio reactive, deep sleep, battery, and then radio off. There's that. Is there there's no end line on that? That seems weird. You don't put an end line on it. I don't even know if I want that line on there. wLED disable 2D. I don't know what that's about. No WebSockets, no MQTT, no Autolight, no Pixmash, no ESP Now, no brownout detection, no over the air, no Alexa, no HughSync, no Lolix1. Did I just activate that thing? Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta make that the Amazon lady that should not be named is like a full 180 degrees behind me, so I'm like unscrewing my neck in order to look at it. SSID password, we got all that. So we need to come down here and we need to look at the configure radio off. User mod. Okay, wait, where are these defined? User mod battery measurement pin, user mod battery auto on off enabled. This one's just deep sleep. And this one has audio pin DM type. Default flags required properly, blah, 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 blah. Where are, so those are just constant definition. You type your constant name. So is that, oh, so we're defining it. And that would be radio off, enable, USB pin, and USB time. Got it, I got it. I finally figured something out. Although they're not defining in the compiler. Probably without the user mod, I think. Yeah, because it has to match this. So whatever user mod said, user mod underscore probably has it in there like that. But I don't. So it's just whatever that is. And as long as these are defined, then they will, this loop, where are we? This will just check to see if it's already been defined in that file. Really need the equals in there? Okay. USB pin is, what was that? $23. And then the time is going to equal, let's make it like 1,000. Yeah, it turns blue when I add the equals. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. I'm good. You guys are smart. I'm not. 1,000 is 1 second. Is that checking too often? I mean, it is just a quick loop check to see if the radio's in an alternate state. So when you plug in USB, 1 Mississippi, and then the radio will turn back on. Yeah, you need the equals to tell it that it's been assigned correctly. Okay, so that was radio off. Can we got to look at deep sleep and battery. Well, deep sleep is the one that I need to have it on or off. All the way at the top. Disable pull. One is, so disable pull. No pull, disable. Default to no pull up. Oh, we have the same setting in here. Okay. But they don't have an enabled default on this. You can't enable it by default, huh? We got deep sleep delay, wake up interval, disable pull, wake when high, and wake up pin. So we don't have it. I'm not going to add it. I don't want to edit somebody else's thing. It's funny that you don't need the space after the D at start, and then it's look weird. Yeah, I don't understand that, but I don't know why the dash D like recognizes. Compilers are weird, you know? We don't need this to be open anymore. I'm learning so much. I'm learning too much. So yeah, this doesn't allow us to enable or disable it by default. What else did I want to do in here? Need to set button default as push inverted. But if that's not in the thing, then I can't. Oh no, but if that's in regular wLED, we're setting that button to be watchdog timeout, lull and Wi-Fi, Arduino. Where do I have, there's all these options are in a platform IO example, but I want to see, that's the override. Let's look at, oh, where is that button assignment as settings specify? I don't know. I don't know where those settings are. It's not in here. Oh, disable MQTT, add light, locks on, WebSockets, JSON Live, FS Editor, no, watchdog timeout, and then that's it. Yeah, it's these if and defs that we've got to look at to see what we can add or remove. Let's see. Button, pin manager, not pin manager. Is there like a button up here? Button. Let's go all the way to the top. Bring me to the top. This is not if and defing it. But if I redefine these, can't I? Well, I don't know when these are. Yeah, repeated action, long action, double press, long press, threshold. Button brightness direction. Now, Interesting, because I can redefine these. Maybe I can override some of them. Config. Pixel count, data pins, LED types, default LED color. And that's it. Default LED order, rather, sorry. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for these if-defs, because what happens is when this runs, it'll look to see, or when it compiles, it'll look to see if that's already been assigned somewhere else, and that's the override. So it has to be inside of those if-defs at the beginning of the program for us to override it. And so I'm looking for anything that has to do with the state of the button by default, because if we put in all of our stuff and deep sleep is enabled, it's possible that deep sleep will go to sleep and never turn back on. And never again would it wake. And then I'd have to just reprogram it again. Lots and lots of constants. These are probably constant and not having if-def things. DMX input, E131, don't know what that is. What's up, Ratty with the Hattie? How you doing? How you doing? I'm trying to find the override for the behavior of the button so that I can make it pull up. See, we have one button on this device, and the sleep modes, when the microcontroller goes into its super duper sleep, it needs to look for a high signal on one of the buttons. And so the button is connected to the 3-volt regulator, which is constantly on. That's a whole nother can of worms. Connected to the 3-volt regulator, which has a pretty low quiescent current. So if nothing is using that 3 volts, it'll be pretty low voltage on that, or pretty low current usage. But when we press that button, we're putting 3 volts onto this pin. That's the default way that we have it working. We don't have it connected to ground because Wake When Sleep has to have that. It has to have a high level. It can't have a low level because it doesn't want to maintain 3 volts on that pin and use that current. And so we're stuck in that mode. The default is for it to be an input pull down with its internal pull up, pulled up, I guess. And we just want to specify that, hey, we want to actually have a pull down on this thing. So I need to find out if that setting has any of these sort of like loaded in if-defs, if-defines at the beginning of the program. And if I'm calling something that you know is a different programming parlance, call it out, because I don't know what I'm doing. I've been learning this stuff just as I need to. I took a couple college courses in programming, and I've been involved in programming-y projects pretty much from then on until now. So anyway, this is for something called wLED, which allows me to put a very powerful LED animation engine onto something like an ESP8266 that fits in to the original enclosure for an LED illuminated dog collar. So I can fit my entire, not 8266, I can fit my entire Seed Studio Zhao into this thing with the limited pinout. I can then get all of the functions that I need off of that single button so that you can turn it off, and the quiescent current, which is a weird word, it just means the amount of current that it's using while off, is so very low that it will not fully discharge the battery in any reasonable amount of time. It's only going to get about an hour runtime out of the battery too, even in spite of all of our efforts. That's what we're doing right now. This is a very highbrow effort to get this thing to use as little current as possible by turning off the internal Wi-Fi radio during normal operation. So I had to make a user mod for wLED that gives us that functionality, and we're building in all of the features and functions into the default user mod thingy-wingy, the default user mod framework. And so what I'm looking at now is I'm looking for one of these functions in the regular wLED program that I can use in order to define that pin as an input pull-up. But it doesn't appear like there is anything. It doesn't really appear like there is anything, which is kind of weird. It has all of these extra programs that the main loop runs. This is wLED is done in a way that I think a lot of these multi-platform microcontroller projects should work at, the way that they should work. It's a really good example of that. It might be, I don't know, Short Lurker said it does a bunch of stuff that he doesn't like, but from what I'm looking at, like, this is really, this is the structure. Like, this is how it should be structured. You can bring a power bank with you when you go out with your dog and use it instead of a leash. That's actually true. I could run a little USB charging cable up the leash, or just use that cable in general, and then it'll snap out when she tries to run at something. That's pretty funny. I like that. So where the hell would this thing be? Because, okay, if we go to like the regular wLED, or like even, no, that doesn't use it there. wLED, at the top we've got our if-defs to give us all of the stuff. Or do we? Enable WebSockets, debug, define global variables. Okay, so this is not. Yeah, here we go. Locks on, WebSockets, JSON Live, FS Editor. None of this has to do with the default button and its function. Those are all the includes, DMX input, MQTT, JSON, board has SRAM, fast LED internal, get millisecond timer. These aren't things that, if-def client SSD, client password, MDS, AP SSID, have a pin for security, SPIFs, disable infrared. Do I have that on here? Probably default off. Global variables. Stringify to string, version, release name, repo. Button pin. Button type, here we go. Define button type. None. Push. Okay, so button pin and button type. So it wasn't the regular, where's my radio off? Boop, 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 boop. Oh no, we're in platform IO overrides. Button pin to button type, and then we need to see what the valid button types are. Button type define as push or comma none. Where do I find that? Oh God. Is that going to be in my config and my config sample? What? Wow, those are dumb. Okay, button. I'm sure there's a better place for this to figure out this information. Button type analog, button type analog inverted. That's analog and analog inverted. None. Analog, analog inverted. Switch. We're not a switch type. Button type. None. Push. Push act high. PIR sensor. Touch and switch. See that? So if I had used analog inverted, there's also push, act high, and PIR sensor. There's all these weird options. All right, what are the options in the UI? What are they in here? Yeah, that's gonna reset it, isn't it? No, not user interface. Preferences for the LED. Button 0, button 2, push button inverted. So here are all the options. Disabled, so that would be none. Push button inverted, switch, PIR sensor, touch, analog inverter, touch switch. Jeez. Oh, right click and go to definition. Ah, okay, so these are platform EO things that I don't know. So button 0, that's weird because it's assigning button and it's button 0. Button pin, button type, and it would be push act high. Why is that not highlighting as a thing? That's a Visual Studio Code thing. I see. Oh yeah, see, I'm calling this Platform IO because I don't know. This is Visual Studio with the Platform IO plugin. I just call it Platform IO. That's what I refer to the whole. It's like calling every. Oh no. It's like calling every game system Nintendo. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button and now it's trying to compile. Don't do it. Stop it. Ugh, whatever. Button type push act high. How do I make this thing stop? It's going to use up all my cycles. So I'm trying to set the button as button type push act high, but I don't think it really knows. I mean, it should know that. What if I start? No. That doesn't do it either. I have to somehow like call on that? Or is there's some like programmery thing that I need to do with that, right? Warning, fix me. Does not support analog sound input. Okay. So in button CPP, there's button types, but that's not part of the what is it? The constants that are defined. I wonder if button type is in the constants file. Hold on, let's open up the constants file. These are things that I've discovered while wandering around inside of this code. Usermod ID, RGBW mode, real-time mode, override none, DMX mode, none. What's up, Plush Master? Button type. So these are defined. Wait a minute. Oh, did I? Yeah, I got the right one. Button type push act high. That's the one we want. But for some reason, when I go into, do I need to include constants.h or whatever? Const.h? Because there, done. That should recognize. That should recognize real. I guess it just doesn't like it there. I mean, it doesn't recognize these either, so. Yeah, so I guess that's valid. That'll just go in just fine. Oh, you can just stop it like a regular terminal? Oh, thank God. I don't know how to use this stuff. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant, amazing. Okay. Because I don't have the pins set up on this thing, so I can't upload to it yet. We have to put a 200 kilo ohm resistor on there so that this thing doesn't permanently turn off the radio. And then I'm like, what's going on? Button pin 2, button type, act high. That'll keep the button from causing an issue. Is there anything else that I need? Disable the internal pull up and down. I think it already does, because that's set for here. Or is it? Hold on a sec. So audio reactive. Let's go to, not audio reactive, I'm not worried about that. Deep sleep. Deep schlep. Wake up pin, wake when high, disable pull up is default 1. I need to make sure that that is enabled so that the button works. So we go back to my overrides. Disable pull up is equal to 1. Okay, that's fine. I think that's all I need. Let me just double check with the button stuff. With the butt stuff. With the button stuff. Because that was, I think that also had a disable for the thing, so constants. Oh no, not constants. We're looking for button. It's weird that we're configuring button 0 when there's multiple buttons that you can configure. About that LED strip and ESP, are you using some level converter between them? The wLEDs, the 2.7 millimeter wide ones, they respond just fine to 3 volts. Sometimes they will suggest, like, if there's a distance between your controller and the LED strip, because the LED strip is 5 volts, right? That's running directly off of the battery through a MOSFET, which for some reason is current limiting them to 300 milliamps. I don't know what's doing that. But anyway, the Arduino, technically the ESP32 C6 device, the Xiao, is 3.3 volts. These are 5. So you hook these up to 5, and then you just run a line directly to this, because their voltage threshold is something like 2 or 1 point something or other volt. So it'll still work just fine off of the 3 volt digital signal. If you have trouble with that, it's possible that you need to run an additional W8 2012 device closer to the micro and then run out from there, because that'll output a 5 volt level, which will be, you know, more resilient to distances in your wiring. So it's, you know, if push comes to shove, I could have put one of the LEDs on this board and then run the data out to the rest of my strip. But everything is so close that running 3 volts in the thing makes it work just fine. This has been a long time, and we've been testing this stuff bit by bit by bit, and just sort of crawling to our to fruition on the project. It's been a lot of fun. For me at least, these are the more boring programming streams, but we will get to hardware eventually. It's just while we have this reconfigurable setup, I want to make sure that everything works, and that's been sort of it's been a trip. We've been actually like doing real engineering on this stuff. You know, we're making sure that things like work properly and we don't blow it up. And well, if it did blow up, it would be popular, but you know, because that would be a viral clip. But this thing's clipping my dog. You know, I don't want to damage my poor cute puppy dog. Look at her. Look at her. Look at that dope. She's such a dope. She's so fun. That's a good doggy. She has been awesome lately. Now that both the humans in her life and the dogs in her life are all aware of the schedule and how things go. So, okay, I'm going back to look for whether or not I assign, well, I did, button type push act high. That assigns it as an active high button. In the settings, is there a setting for the disable pull-ups for the buttons? Disable internal pull up down. So we got to look for this one. Disable internal pull up down in the button stuff, in the butt stuff. So button.c++. That would be right button. That's C++. And then we have the if and defs at the beginning. We don't. So disable. It's all MQTT. Pull up. Don't sync. Okay, nobody's talking about pull-ups in there. The other place we look is wLED. $25 disables to look through. Disable infrared, disable ESP, Alexa, iSync, MQTT, ESP now, watchdog. I probably should disable the watchdog. Brownout detection. What was that one? Wait. Yeah, brownout detection. MQTT. Infrared. I thought it would be in button. C++. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's in there. Where else would it do that then? Somewhere, pin manager? Yeah, maybe pin manager. Question mark of 1. Pull up. USB-C on boot. No, that's not us. That's not us. Only 5 instances and none of them are right. How's that useful to have my scroll all the way over there? Stupid. Okay, the disable pull down and pull up. I know deep sleep is doing that, but I kind of want it to be in this setting. I want this setting to be configured when we start up. Disable internal pull up down. But that setting exists in the regular LED and hardware setup. Color order override, but there's nothing in there. Oh, it's just collapsed. Weird. I guess it's already set up here, so I don't need to override. I guess if you had like a mixed strip that all spoke the same language, but like some other manufacturer made a different one, and so the RG and Bs are screwed up, you can actually correct it. That's neat. That's actually neat for them to have. Disable internal pull up and down. I need to find what I need to put in to my platform IO override in order to affect that, right? So that's going to go somewhere around here, and it would be probably not be defined if it is a configurable setting. But all the other settings that we found so far have been able to be default. What they try to do with wLED is have it so that if you have all of your defaults set up, you can plug in a device and program it, and it'll instantly be configured for all that hardware. So having an internal pull up and down, that's like a dangerous thing, especially when you've got deep sleep modes and button functionality that does all kinds of other weird stuff. Because I want my sparkling butt plug to work the first time I plug it in. I build the thing and then I plug it in and I upload my code to it. It's like a product that I sell, so I want it. Well, I don't know if that's allowed. What license is this under? Because I guess manufacturers would probably put out their own platform IO override that you would then load up, and then you'd be able to configure for a specific piece of hardware. So where would that be? Oh, that's weird. wLED main, and there's like nothing in it. Odd. Manager, remote, presets. Wouldn't be playlist. It would have to be in the pin manager somewhere, but the pin manager doesn't appear to really set that up. Palettes overlay NTP network, no. NetDebug, no. myconfig.h, no. Those are weird. I don't think it would be an LED. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no overrides in LED. Infrared IR codes, improv. I don't even know what that is. Weird. Hue. Don't need that. Don't need that. DMX output, no. Constants. I don't think. Let's see. Pull up. Pull light control, no. Or LED.main is the AI that will replace me at work. There's some crazy stuff in here, man. And it works. Everything works really well. Debounce, long press, double press, repeated action, AP, factory reset, brightness steps. There's nothing in here about disable. Yeah, we're only disable MQTT in the button.c++. Bus wrapper, bus manager. Oh, no, don't say that name. I'm sort of out of places to check. This is the last thing that I want to do. Pin manager. Maybe. Pull up. No. Disable. JTAG behavior. It's the only instance. Pin manager.h. Pin owner. Deallocate pin. Allocate pin is okay. Pin owner. Nothing. This is just about pin numbers. Weird. Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe I can't get to the setting, which is weird. But it should be somewhere in, because it's a checkbox. I should be able to find that checkbox somewhere. On the left is icon of search where you can put the word pull up and try to search the whole project. That's a... Which button is that? It's in HTML? Oh, for the settings page? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be in here. What the fuck? What is this? This is all the stuff. Oh my god. This is... Oh, wow. Okay. This is like the web page. I'm seeing the matrix now. Literally a matrix. FX particle system. That's cool. Okay, yeah. Search the whole project. Nope. I don't know how to do things on this. Oh, the manager? Like all the way over here? Man, I don't know what I'm doing, all right? Let's just make things clear. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I click in? Control F? That didn't do it. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. HTML we don't need. Yeah, it's so weird because all the other places that it could be. Control Shift F. Ah, okay. Thank you. Oh, it was at the bottom of the manager thing. Pull up. Animate staircase, DHT, PIR, highlight standby. Nope. Usermod PIR sensor, usermod, 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 readme.md, input pull up to use. Why would this? Copy the platform IO overrides sample INI to the root directory of your particular build. Define your options. Usermod, rotary, encoder UI. Define this to do that. List.cpp, 4-line display, and then they encoder DT, usermod rotary encoder. Input pull up to use internal pull up, input to use pull up on PCB. This is mad. I don't know what this is. Oh, this is a user mod. Okay, we're inside a user mod, sorry. Specifically for the rotary encoder, we don't care about that. What I want to do is on buttons. Set.c++. What in the hell's going on here? Get color order map.reset. Update other pins. wLED disable infrared. That's where this disable pull-up is. If disable pull-up, what the? This is for other stuff. This is crazy. Handle settings set, async web server results. Okay, that's different. Set dot whatever. wLED global bool disable pull-up. Okay. For button. Button type. Button publish MQTT. Button pressed before. Long time. Wait time. Disable pull-up doesn't have anything. Alt F4 to search all. Yeah, thanks. Huh. Where is this? This is wled.h. Yeah, okay. How do I close this search? Oh, I see. This is a specific thing. That's the magnifying glass on the left. I see now. I get it. I get it. I get it. Yep. I got it. Okay, so the setting is here. I don't know. Because this does button type. Button type wLED max buttons. Init button type. Disable pull up init false. Bool disable pull up. But where this doesn't interact with this. BTN pin, BTN type. Because that's in the button stuff. That's not in the constants. Or whatever. The if and defs. I am confused. Button pin, button type. Relay pin. wLED global relay pin. Relay mode. Global bool relay mode. Relay open drain. IR pin, IR type. So it should have been in there. It just doesn't exist. It's not a thing that they do. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, but there needs to be an if def, because the way it does this is if it's already defined, then it won't redefine it as something. And so that inverting thing is default being thrown up. I think they just forgot to put it in there. Because it really should have been up here with button pin and button type. Which is also kind of weird because that's button 0 and you can't configure the other buttons. There's 3 more buttons that you can use. and I don't really see anywhere to configure them. You can do the relay mode, which is all in there. I think I already have my defaults in there. That's crazy that you can't do that in this stuff. Now I'm using button pin 2. Is that the digital out or is that the actual? Okay. I think I am using actually pin 2 as defined by. Ooh, feels like there's a bug on my head. Yeah, because GPI is 0, 1, and 2. Okay, yeah, I was wondering, those numbers seem kind of low, and we're not using the D number, we're using the GPIO number. If I init it to true, then when the main wLED runs, it'll re-init it to be false. I could just write in that program wLED.h. I could just write in here. Why are there 9 errors in here? Oh, is that 9 matches to my search? I don't care about the 9 errors. Those aren't my problem. Oh, it's 9 of these. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. That's so weird. But button type, but the internal pull-up you can't default set as off. What is it set to? Somewhere in here. Global bool char. Where is that? ESP now, time config. Yeah, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could put the if defs in here. I could just put it in here and then have it do that. Use harmonic random palette. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. Here we go. So if there's no if and def anywhere on this program, it's just going to write it as false, and there's no way for me to override it. That's so weird. Global bool disable pull-up. Yeah, it won't do it unless I've got. And I could write that in. I could just write that in up here. Where is that? Somewhere around here, there's something to do with the lights, the buttons, rather. MyConfig.h is still in there, huh? I wonder if I could use that instead of the platform IO override. Disable over the air, disable port, Alexa, etc. MQTT. It would make more sense if they were to make that true-false value as a def or something, like for easy configuration. Yeah, no, that's not the way that they should do it. It's just they didn't. They have everything else as an if def, like client SSID, client password. All that stuff is in there, and then it's defined down below. They're just making sure that you haven't already set something like that. Yeah, like it's setting it to a constant, which is default AP pass. All right, so I guess I just have to live with the fact that I got to boot this up and I have one setting that I have to click and then everything works. Because if the internal pull-ups are pulled up, then it's going to think that the radio is connected, and I guess it'll connect to Wi-Fi, unless Deep Sleep overrides that. Deep Sleep might override that, I'm not sure. I think Deep Sleep's setup does its own behavior, but it's weird that it would not. I just don't get why it would not let me set that externally. I guess I just can't. A little frustrating, but all right, so that's just the thing. At least we can set the button type to active high, but then it'll think that the button is being held down and it might cause problems. This is hurting my head. I mean, if I set it active low, then nothing happens because the internal pull-up is holding it. Well, it's active, button type is active high, and its internal pull-up is pulled up. It's going to think that the button is pressed. And I don't know if that's going to cause it to do a full reset. So I need to somehow deactivate. Oh my God, what? I need to somehow deactivate the internal pull-ups by default, because otherwise it's going to think that the button is constantly pressed, and then it'll do a factory reset immediately. I have 10 seconds to change the setting. That's crazy. How do, is there a way that I can assert? Well, but we saw in my working thing that the pull-up was actually asserted. It was changed by, so the disable internal pull-up and down setting was actually affected by deep sleep, pull-up down disable. So actually, let's open up deep sleep and, well, we already have it. We already have that setting set. So actually that fixes it. So deep sleep comes in and it actually fixes that setting. So that when deep sleep runs, although which one, I remember uploading to the Arduino, uploading to the micro, and that setting was already set to have the internal pull-ups, and I had to click it to disable. Or it wasn't set and I had to click it to disable, and then reconfigure how the button pin works. So it's possible that what I need to do is if I get into a situation where it immediately thinks the button's being held down, and so if I don't get to it in 10 seconds, it will fully reflash all of its settings, which is actually a thing that I disabled. But I can change this to be just button type push, get rid of act high, and then when I first configure, I can then open it up on Wi-Fi and then do both of those settings at once so that when it goes through, the button won't think that it's being held down. That's might be the solution. And that actually needs to be a semicolon. Semicolon. All right, so I'll keep that note for myself, hit save, and then I think I'm ready to start compiling this, which is something that we're gonna have to do next time because it's 5 o'clock. I'm overtime right now. It's probably it's pitch black outside. Close the example, close deep sleep. All of our errors are gonna be in here, although the platform IO is not telling me that I have any errors. So it's possible that this all compiles. We'll do this next time we work on this, or I'll try to do it in the background because it's probably going to be even more boring than having an entire coding stream. I have been hemorrhaging viewers. We need to do something cooler next time. So I think what we're going to do is next time I'm going to work on that car seat. And actually, I haven't gone into the, let me change my admin mode. So I will check back with you guys on Wednesday. Or on Thursday rather, and I'll know if it works then. That's the 4th. This is by far and away, this is my favorite time to work in an office because everybody has fucked off and all the stuff that you've been meaning to, oh wait, Control S doesn't do anything on Discord. What are you doing? I'm in the habit of hitting Control S like every waking moment. Which I'll hit again over here, Control S. Control S. This is the time when everybody's like taking vacation to see their families, and so the office is like completely a skeleton crew. And so even if you did need somebody to get something done, like, hey, I need to talk to this person, and they're like, I can't get anything done without this person here. So it's like just the best. It's a quiet working environment. Everybody's gone, and you can get all of your personal stuff done. It's great. I love it. Anyway, so yeah, I'm back on Wednesday, or Thursday, sorry, back on Thursday. Back on Thursday, I really need to get a haircut at some point. I'm starting to get a little Sam Squanchy. I will let you know if this compiles, and if it does, that means we can move on to hardware and we can actually, have a full feature set on the thing, which means that we're in a lower power mode during operation of the dog collar. But I need to switch it up. We need to work on something else. And that seat sitting in the other room is speaking to me. We need to do some checks on that seat to see what we can do with it. And I need to remove the airbags so that it doesn't kill me. So Thursday we will do the seat stream, right? And that'll lead towards building an entire sim pit out of the disparaging, the disparate components that I have that are actual automotive equipment. So it'll be a simulator, but it'll be like a luxury car simulator. I think that's awesome. So we're gonna get to that on Thursday. Until then, go Touchington grass. Definitely you want to get outside and view something that's further away than your monitor. We got into programming today, which bus simulator cabin. I've seen that. I've seen somebody's done that. I don't know where these people get all the space, but the only place that a simulator can exist is literally right behind me. That's the only place where there's enough room that I could set something up like that. And then where does it go when I'm not using it? That's going to be a big question, and I don't know. We're going to have to think about how I can potentially pack the thing like under a desk, under a table maybe. I don't know. But I mean, my brother got the seat and he gave it to me for free. So dig a hole in the garden. Yeah, exactly. It should exist near my regular computer because that way I can just run HDMI over and just use my regular computer to play the games on. Or I could use the handheld on it and remote into the regular computer. I'm not sure. But if it exists here and I use it here, then I can hook it up to OBS and we can do, car driving streams and stuff like that. I think that would be pretty fun. All right. We got into programming and I got, the blinders on and didn't realize that I didn't even get up and move my legs around. So I'm going to go take a walk outside, even though it's pitch black. It'll just be another table to put garbage on in a year. You shush. No, it won't, because it'll be a whole extensive thing and I'll do streams with it. And if I do streams with it, that means that I'll actually use it. I'm going to go get the trash can. Is that touching grass? Typically you're in close vicinity to grass, so you will at least be experiencing what they call the outside, the not inside. All right, everybody, I'm back on Thursday. Here's the end card. And I think I saw Flatulent streaming earlier, so I don't think he's streaming. If we got like a Davies or something like that. Hold on, let me just open up Twitch real quick and take a look. Take a look. Who the hell? Sid Heresy. Parts are in for solder and electronics. Previous shout out. Huh. A lot weird new information. Leva 2K. What? Oh, that's a recommendation. Sid Heresy is doing synth stuff. You guys should go check out Sid Heresy. They've got 30 people in there. Yeah, everybody's dispersing. All right. I'm gonna have like one viewer by the time I'm done. I'm just gonna stop. We're just gonna stop. Polrin's on too. Polrin's doing a co-work programming stream. I forgot to pull up YouTube. Oh my god, I'm sorry guys. There was snow, Hiobother and everyone. Weasel B and Cordalin. Crazy title. Sorry YouTube. I forgot that I have to hit something on Social Stream Blade in order to get it running. Luckily, we had two people in there, and it was Weaselby, D3C, and Cordain S71. Cordain and Weaselby. I'm sorry. I will be sure to actually open up the right thing. Poor YouTube. There weren't a lot of people. We had a very small stream because it's Tuesday. It's the holiday week. Back on Thursday for another Bother complains about not having any viewers, and we will be working on something physical. We'll have the chair, and it'll be attaching 12 volts and sparks and crazy stuff happening. And then we'll think about building a controller for the chair. The chair is going to have its own controller. I'm not going to be able to do anything crazy like attach a giant piston to it and have it like throw me around. I don't think we're going to really work on that, but the chair's got all its motors in it, so we can get the pump working for the lumbar support, and then we can move the chair around on its own power. Maybe I can sit down on it and adjust it around. It'll be like when you sit in a passenger chair and you touch one setting, and when you touch that one setting, the passenger chair is like never the same again, and you just keep adjusting it, and you like move the chair back and forth, and nothing feels right, and so maybe you're tilted a little bit wrong, and you have to like change the tilt a little bit. But why did you even touch the controls? Because now you're